Uh-huh. Okay, I'm live. Can I close the page? Can you check my YouTube as well, just to be sure that
Yeah,
things are
1
happening?
minute.
I only have one laptop yet because my second laptop hasn't returned from the service, and so I am forced to use my phone and click around like mad to get info on what's happening every stream, which is not a big problem, but still, the second pair of hands would be massively helpful. Now, speaking about your camera, so you asked me to add a bit.
Oh, cool. YouTube works.
It does. Excellent. So look at
It
your camera
is
now.
working.
Do you like it?
I need to wait a
Uh-huh, uh-huh,
moment
uh-huh.
because of uh, yeah. I think it's okay. It's
I
cool.
can add more, like a bit more. It's not a problem.
No, it's great. I think it's okay. Really.
All right. All right. These curvy angles on our web cameras, it took me yesterday maybe an hour, maybe an hour and a half to figure out how to make this mask on online Photoshop page. And because I mean, I'm really bad at that, but I'm very glad that it has become possible.
Mhm.
Now I'm gonna open Twitch and YouTube on my phone as well to be tracking what's happening, and then we'll be able to finally tell our viewers what's going on here actually. So, yep. And mhm. Right. Do we need this preparation stage in the huge recording or not?
Mm, oh, I don't know. Mhm. Actually, it doesn't matter. I think.
I mean, I just can start the recording just to have it clean and with the official start, or
Uh, well, it actually it can be. You can cut it after that. I think
true,
if you really need it.
true, true. So, then 1 to 3. This here is the conference devoted to Halloween 2022. It's the 31st of October. The year is the same, 2022. And we are assembled here with Kostya, my co-caster, and me, Andy. We welcome you to our stream. Kostya, hello.
Yes, it is happening again. No matter what.
Mm-hmm.
So here we are.
The third Halloween that we are organizing online, and it's a pleasure, really. I understand you were listening to, by the way, you were listening to my stream, like checking the sound. So we both were pretty audible. I understand, like you and me, the same level of sound, uh, the same volume. Have you checked?
Uh, actually, I don't have to. My headphone not so loud. Head, because I have one headphone.
Mm.
Headphone. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Then
and it's not like really. Yeah, I mean, hard to recognize.
I'm gonna quickly check now. Then just a second. Can you say something?
Yes, I can say something. Yes, I can say something. It was some.
There are echoes now.
It was some.
Hello,
Yeah, I
тот
mean,
самый знаменитый. And I should disable Twitch sound. Sorry. Here we have our assistant. Тот самый знаменитый. Can you help us? Do you hear me and Kostya the same way, or we are different volume? Now, Kostya, you really have to say something now again.
Yeah. Now I'm saying something very important message. Waiting for result.
Because in my ears you sound quite well, but well, for example, on OBS the what's both are okay. All right, I'll just increase the volume just a bit in case, because I had a suspicion that you were a bit lower than me, but maybe we'll calibrate throughout the stream.
Maybe I'm saying in the wrong direction. I don't know.
Hey, Hard Nancy has joined as well.
Speaking.
Welcome, everyone.
Wow.
And
hi guys.
Yeah, keep us informed about all the sound issues we might be having. If we need to change something, I'm gonna drop a bonfire on the chat just to follow the tradition. Nice decorations, I guess, Kostya, that's for you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, I really thought about that.
Last year you had amazing decor as well. It was just so impressive and festive.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, last year I was really, made a big job. Actually, it wasn't seen so good on the stream. So, I mean, there was so many details that I made, and it was not so funny when I understood that nobody sees. I mean, see all, like people saw, I don't know, something like 40% maybe, approximately, something like that.
I want to comment on what you have just said, but first, I actually have the first joke from Nancy. I totally missed that, but now I see there was a cool pun about the pumpkin being lit on fire and being lit like awesome in the bonfire. That's a really nice joke. Thank you. And now straight to philosophy. Dude, I want to say something that I have been noticing with games and with drawings, for example. Like if you see something in a game that has been badly designed by artists or game designers, and it usually is like it's too empty, or there aren't too many objects, or the colors are very poor, you don't usually understand that. Like you might be not really able to tell why you don't like or believe the picture you see, but subconsciously you think, well, that's like unrealistic. I don't believe that because there aren't enough elements, aren't enough colors, aren't enough efforts put into that. And then when a picture is actually realistic, like a very believable forest or a house, like with all the interior objects, then you maybe don't even register how many things are there. Like you don't care, like you came here for a quest or like to fight, but you believe the surroundings, and for your brain it's actually much more comfortable. And so, I mean, talking about your background, like people see the decorations and they register that there are so many decorations that it's actually like a great design. It's a great design, but they of course aren't able to identify all the things, but the whole picture serves the target well, like they get the atmosphere properly. And if you hadn't had so many decorations, the impression would have been much more different.
Yes, of course, absolutely right, and yeah, it works like that. Actually, I'm just whining a bit,
Mm.
but I mean, it's like sometimes when you think about that, like when you spend so much time to do everything, and you're just your camera. Actually, it's a question of a camera in a way that camera doesn't catch everything.
Mm.
And yeah, of course, you're disappointed a bit, but anyway, it was great. Actually, it gives the atmosphere, so everything is absolutely great from that point of view. And uh, yeah, and I wanted to say from the beginning, I wanted to apologize to our audience.
Oh, that's good because I always
Um,
apologize on my stream, so we have to keep that
yes,
tradition.
yeah, it was actually, but actually, it's not very. Uh, I mean, not 100% honest apologizing,
All right.
but I just wanted. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to apologize for my look because today we have a um, conference, and looking to you, we see so
Basically
intelligent
nothing because
person
I'm
with.
I'm sitting too low. But yes, it's suit.
Yeah, but anyway, it gives the atmosphere. This
Mm.
still that atmosphere that we discussed just a minute ago. So yeah, I really like this jacket. So I mean, always when I see it on the streams, I always happy.
Mm.
So
You have the decorations,
so
I have the suit. So
yeah, yeah,
we are quits
we,
with each other and
yeah.
with the audience, I guess. Let me suggest the following. Because we have quite an intense plan today, we have to listen to music, we have to read, we have to talk. I suggest that we jump straight to action and give people what they came for, probably. Listen to your tracks, and then read the book, and then we'll use the rest of the time talking. Not to overexert ourselves now, not to spend all the energy on this jolly chat or just sophisticated chat in the beginning. What do you think?
Mm. Yes, of course. I just want to say a small how to say. I wanted to emphasize one moment. You announced in your post that on your post that it's something about electronic music. Well, actually, it's not only that. I mean, partly it's electronic music, and another part of all this stuff. So to say, it's kind of instrumental music, and actually, it's combination of that.
Mm.
So I just wanted to mention that because well, because I don't know why. Yeah,
Because
and
I made a mistake. Yeah, electronic and acoustic music, electronically acoustic,
no,
acoustically electronic.
not not acoustic instrumental.
Mm.
I mean, it's in a way also electro, but I mean, it's just a um, small emphasizing, so to say.
Hmm.
Yeah, but it was not a mistake. I just wanted to say that like when you have some such ambiguation, such ambivalence, so to say, it's funny that some people prefer, like you, like I think we can tell this thing that you prefer more electronic part of my personality, so to say. Some people on the other hand, yeah, but there is some people with whom I speak sometimes, and they say like, "Oh, these instrumental tracks are great, but this electronic also okay, but like not
Hmm.
so close to my heart." Well, but of course, to my heart, all everything is my children. Yeah, and I just remember what I really wanted to say
Okay, that
because
now
it
it's
was just
intriguing.
yeah. I just wanted to say, yeah, that, well, actually, I did some kind of, I just think that it need to be some words before just listening to music. Um, I did what? I recorded some tracks for some period of time. It was several years, I mean, several years, and it looks like I made a kind of album of I believe 30 tracks maybe. uh, yeah, and so I gathered and collected some tracks that I really honored, or not honored, how to say it
Valued,
properly.
appreciated most,
Uh, yeah, I mean, I really
cherished.
think that it was yeah, good tracks that I'm not embarrassed to
Hmm.
show to people.
Hmm.
And but today it would be, I think, kind of exclusive content. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, some tracks will be not from this collection, and I
Hmm.
think it's a very good thing because it's kind of, it gives a more experimental, vibe to our stream today.
Hmm.
Well, experiments is always great. So
Right. So
that's all.
the music part officially starts then, and we. So I hope you pardon me that I now will give a kind of lengthy intro because finally I've accomplished this aspiration of mine to have a stream with you about your tracks, about your music, and the situation is that Kostya is a man of many talents, and one of his huge talents is composing music, electronic music, and he began with something very close to witch house, I think. I mean, no, of course he began with many different styles, and many years ago. I mean, uh, yeah, I'm gonna change the formulation. Several years ago, he began to write electronic music, which was very close to witch house. That is, at least, it was very close to that style that I love immensely. And as soon as he sent to me his first work of that kind, I think it was the first. Correct me if I'm wrong. The song was called, the track was called, sorry, "I'm Not Your God," and I was, well, fascinated. I was completely uh, just. I don't have emotions to describe. I mean, I don't have words to describe it because the track you will see in a couple of minutes um, is really subliminal. It's something divine. It's something cosmic, astronomical. I don't know. It's very very. Um, it's something about inhuman things, which is reflected in his name. And mm, so I can say I was in love with his. Uh, why is your camera frozen? Damn it! Now it
Yeah,
unfroze.
it's really.
Uh huh. So I've listened to many electronic bands and witch house bands, and when I saw his first work, that is, I thought, well, his music deserves to be on the same level, on the same, deserves to have the same popularity, the same attention that world-known artists of the electronic scene have, and that's why what's happening and going to happen now is very important to me because I think that's the moment of justice, the justice that Kostya deserves, the positive justice.
Very it was in some movie, I think it was like something like justice.
Yeah, the credit maybe
Yeah.
not justice that we should give you. So do you want to say something about the track that we'll begin with before we listen to it?
Hmm. Maybe a really small clarification that yeah, you mentioned Witch House, and it was I think it would be most correct thing to say that I was inspired by Witch House, because it's hard to say. I mean, Witch House, this genre, actually not so. Uh, it's not. It is not so easy to describe it. I mean, of course, you can describe it, but like people can think about Witch House different things and consider different things to be a Witch House. And yeah, it would be correct thing to say that I was inspired by that aesthetic, by that sound, and well, maybe it's not exactly this, but it was inspired by that and inspired by some other things. But that's all. I think music is just saying by itself. So we can just listen it.
Mm-hmm. So how we'll do that? I guess I want to remove the background for some time. Out goes the pumpkin, out goes the background, and in comes the official wallpaper to Kostya's album, which hopefully will create the proper witch out atmosphere. And I'm gonna mute myself, but I cannot mute Kostya because in that case I'll mute the whole sound from the computer. So Kostya, kindly maybe.
Yeah, I'll mute myself, of
Mhm.
course.
All right. So, and also, dude, could you control the volume output as well when I begin the track? So if it is too loud or too quiet, we will just stop and start again. I guess, like, let me know if I should restart and change something about the sound settings.
Yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm. Oh, of course, yeah. We have a lot of cat lovers here, and Dragon Charlie.
Yeah.
It's. I just realized. Yeah, for you it must be very special. So you're welcome, as well.
Actually,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my plan works, so.
Perfect.
Cats always work.
Mm-hmm.
They work.
Mm-hmm. Now let me begin. That's it. Would it be too much to ask what you yourself planted into the song?
I don't know if it is a very good idea to say to tell.
Mm.
I think maybe you remember the story. I came from my job, from my work, and wrote this song. It was not very good day actually.
Mm. I think you spent the whole night writing the first version because this one is the second version.
Yeah, of course. The second version took maybe something like 2 weeks. Yeah, but yeah, it was maybe 2 weeks. I mean, of course, not every day I did it, but every day I did some. I had some mm, something. I uh, uh, like improve something or change something. Of course, changed uh, and everything like that. But um, I wanted to say something different, some another thing. Uh, I don't remember. Well, so this song actually it's not the first track that I it's not the song of course, but it's not the first track that I sent to you. The first thing it was I wrote some lo-fi hip hop track, I think, if you do remember.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you said like, "Oh, lo-fi girl." Yeah, it was funny.
I think I remember that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I remember that track and always appreciate it because it was first, like it was not, of course, my first track at all in my life, but it was the first track that I produced in this, like technically, and or another thing to say that produced within this period of time,
Mm.
or maybe. And by the way, what I wanted to say that really that so-called album that I made. Actually, it's not an album. It's kind of how do we say it in English? Like collection,
Compilation.
like uh, compilation. Yeah, something like that. And I think actually I hope that it something like I wanted to kind of finish some period, some
Mm.
stage, and yeah, maybe it would be a great thing to go to next level.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe it will be not very different actually. I I'm not sure. It's just it has to be something different in a way, in some way, in some maybe atmosphere or something like that, or maybe approach. Yeah, in a technical way. So anyway, there is a feeling that it this period has to be finished.
Mm.
Yeah, and something new would be great to start. But let's say something not exactly about track, but something around it. Actually, this is the most this track is closest to Witch House atmosphere actually from all my tracks, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking about Witch House, I really like, by the way, the style that you did on artwork, like where you wrote Witch House and put my
Mm.
logo and frame it into a square. You really broke the rules because actually my logo mostly it is in a circle, like I mean, it's because of style of sites where I use it, like
Mm-hmm.
SoundCloud and Bandcamp, something like that. Yeah, but here he's really like
Mm.
a squared cat. Yeah, of course, on the GIF it is square actually. So,
Mm-hmm.
but this is very cool. This is very cool. It's
I
like
did.
small cat.
I
It's
didn't
always funny.
think about it. If I Yeah, I mean, I'm not that good at designing things, so I think the round shape would be much more appropriate. You're right, uh, but well, what's
No,
done
no,
is
no, no, no.
done.
I like the square, and I like this green frame
Mm.
on it. And actually, it's kind of it looks like a poison or something like that. It really, you know,
That was
uh,
intentional.
well, let us think to just that it's something like fate
Mm.
or
It was a hard choice actually.
uh,
Speaking about that caption, because first I just put your logo there between the two words switching out, like the link between them. But the problem was that it got kind of lost in the dark hue of the whole poster. And on the one hand, I wanted to let it dissipate in the atmosphere because it's like, I mean, I see space in your logo. I see this kind of universe that is limitless. And so by default, there has to be no limits. But at the same time, I wanted the viewers, of those who would see the poster, to notice the cat because it is there. And so I sacrificed the idea that I saw in the poster to it being conspicuous enough for the people to notice it.
because and but it's kind of hidden, small hidden hint or something like that,
An Easter
like
egg,
hidden
yeah.
information. Yeah.
Mm.
And by the way, maybe we can ask people what music they like. I mean, of course, it's a very strange question actually, always because the normal person always likes different music. I think, I believe. Well, maybe it's wrong thing to say normal person. I mean, mostly people listen different music. I mean, of course, it
Mm-hmm.
depends on mood and something like that. But maybe you can say what music do you like exactly in this period of time, or
Mm.
even today, or even tonight, this evening,
Mm-hmm.
or what time you have now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to say something, it would be great because yeah, actually for me, music is like music. I mean, genre and different genres. They of course very interesting, and but anyway, music is just music. I mean, I appreciate all genres, and uh, I think maybe I will not say like some graduation of genres and what I value more or less, because I don't want to, at least today, I don't want to
Mm-hmm.
make this kind of hierarchy or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but speaking about Witch House, actually, I never thought to write actually this music, because most years of my life, I played kind of pretty different music. It was sometimes it was blues, sometimes it was rock, but it was really mostly instrumental music, and mm, not electronic. I think, yeah, it was sometimes even it was like punk rock, and sometimes it was close to some extreme genres like black metal or some, but it was not very long period of time. Yeah, but speaking about Witch House, I think it's an interesting thing that actually it's random thing. I mean, it's not for. Uh, I mean, it's funny that it related somehow with the topic of Halloween, because it's also related with some dark themes, dark arts, and well, Halloween is kind of interesting psychological celebration or date that appeared as a reaction to some fears, some stressful things maybe in people's life. And I think all these extreme or dark genres of music is also has a same nature, maybe. Well, and it's this is funny that it happened so that I have some kind of that music, and it can be fit to this topic. I would say that it's interesting that when people listen, hear some, well, I would not say that it's depressive music, but some kind of dark, ambient, dark atmosphere. Well, for me, it's not about depression or being, gloomy, grim, and dull. I don't know. It's just uh, for me, such kind of music is giving a opportunity to think about something, to feel, of course, some emotions, and at the same time to think. And when music is not very positive, it gives you more. It direct you to, maybe I'm wrong, but it mostly direct you to some deep emotions, maybe deeper than. I mean, I don't think that people always need to be very deep and think about all philosophy in life and everything like that. But sometimes it's very useful thing. And well, yeah, I think.
There are two questions on the chat that we probably need to
Mhm.
respond. One being from Hard Nancy. I think I'll read just a second later because I want to address Water. Welcome to the to the stream, dude. And what's going on is we are having a Halloween conference devoted to Halloween 2022. We are listening to Witch House and not only Witch House, basically to electronic and instrumental music that Kostya, my co-caster, created himself. So we are going to listen to 5 of his tracks. Then we are going to read Edgar Allan Poe, a work called King Pest, and then we'll talk about horror games and other things that will come up during our stream. So sit comfortably and enjoy the conference with us. And now I think, Kostya, the question from Hard Nancy is to you, so maybe you can read it.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, like, the main thing, actually, of course, we will read Edgar Poe and speak about some games and something like that. But the major thing here is to speak, to have a conversation, and actually, I mean,
I would say only if we have completed our goals, because I really am dedicated and aspiring to complete what
uh-huh.
we have planned. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I really wanted to say that, having a good and, conversation with a good quality is also not so, it's very important thing, actually. Maybe it sounds pretty simple, like just conversation, but when the quality is good, and of course, we hope that we get, that we reach this level of high quality of our conversation, because in some hard times, maybe it's very, very good thing and very useful thing that a person can have. And yes, about question, while answering a question, can you tell what is your usual process behind creating a composition? Usual process behind is like what?
I also wanted to clarify, yeah, like meaning the instruments he uses or applications, or it's the emotional side of the process, or like the routines that are necessary to create a track. Like, could you kindly specify what exactly you meant by your question, Nancy?
Yeah, but yes, because it's really, it looks like very wide question.
All of it.
All of it.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Dude,
Uh,
take the stage.
well, actually, with a pleasure, but my pleasure can be so too big. I mean, I really
Well said.
can speak till the infinite speech.
Very good.
Yeah, maybe, for example, maybe I can tell this story. I think it's really significant. When I wrote this, I have no example with music creation, so I'm curious about everything. Yeah, maybe I can just tell the the story behind actual this track that we just listened. Um, of course, it collected some emotions for a biggest period of time than just when it was created, when it was written. It because you live your life and you collect some emotions, some impressions, some so you have some psychological background and cultural background maybe, and of course, when you focused on creating music, you always like maybe your subconsciousness just collect all things and store it to just to use it anytime, like sometime. But this day it was very hard day. I mean, I worked those days. I worked without any holidays. And well, it was a pretty hard period of time. I mean, maybe 2 or 3 months. No, it was more than 3 months that I really didn't have holidays at all.
Like
And
days off, you
it's
mean?
funny thing. Yes, days off.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have it, and um, well, it's at this in the same at the same time, it's pretty exhausting and you know uh, sad in a way, but at the same time you feels like you consider it as some uh, challenge, and
Mm-hmm.
you energized by this life that you always need to be in you always moving, you always do something. It's actually it's an interesting thing, and maybe speaking about creativity, it gives some creativity to you, but of course well, it's better not to to have it too much in your life, but still it was a great time in a way. I mean, I remember it was many things, and you really appreciate your time. I mean, when you have some maybe 3 hours even, or even minutes, you really appreciate every minute. So it's also a good experience, I think. It really gives you opportunity to appreciate the time. So, and it was a very hard day, one of my endless work days, and I came back to my home very late. I mean, much later than I had to. I mean, it was some extra hours that suddenly I needed to, to do on my job. And I came back and I was very angry, and I was just like, yeah, I was very angry when I started to write this track, and I remember this, this first light, this sunbreak, and it was very cool emotions. I mean, I was already so contemplative and relaxed. I mean, I released some angry and some my stress in this writing this track, because well, I think maybe different people can hear different emotions in the music, in the same music that they hear but listen. But yes, it has, and why I like this track, because it has at the same time some aggressive emotions and some, well, contemplative emotions also, mm, some slow kind of thinking emotions. I don't know how to say it in other words. Yeah, so it was background for that track, for example. And so what I just did, I drank some alcohol, but not so much. I just drank it, just and I was completely sober, by the way. I mean, I really was inside this. It was very tense process. It was very funny. Yes, and when in the morning I was completely happy. I mean, I was not so exhausted that I was, when I just came back to my home. So music sometimes can heal you. So
Yeah,
what do we need to say
can I
next?
just can I continue the idea here, because first of all, we are again blessed by this bug that is connected to my chat application. Random words will become random emojis. I have literally no control over that. So I just said hi to Tajni. Instead, I got some, I think, Asian language emoticon. And so have fun, guys. I mean, you can technically now play with it, like drop random words like thank you, hello, probably some unusual emojis will pop up. Tajni is my valued and appreciated consultant on the game, the Planet Crafter that I've been playing. So a professional terraformer, fellow professional terraformer, my senior, I would say. And we are having a conference about Halloween, listening to music and going to read some. And on the matter of music, I'm gonna say something, then we'll, I think, go to the second track, because I just wanted to share my opinion on how electronic music, particularly witch house, should be perceived. It's like my philosophy about music is that people have a lot of emotions, and some people travel very far on this road. Like you have emotions, you have some sensations, some feelings in your head, in your consciousness, in your subconsciousness, and your damn it, we have consciousness, we have subconsciousness, and we have unconscious, the psychological notion of unconscious. So and then this like network of emotions expands, and there are some emotions that you cannot articulate, you cannot comprehend what you feel very often, because they're so difficult. Maybe with years you'll be able to articulate them in humanly understandable language or forms, but at some points this electronic music really helps me channel some of my emotions that I have experienced or am experiencing right now. And so certain tracks that Kostya makes really resonate with me at some moment. So this track that he said is most resemblant of Witch House is definitely resemblant of Witch House, but mostly Witch House is more like, it's like depression, it's like some kind of contemplation, some sad thoughts, or maybe just some kind of negative or semi-negative emotions. This is this also, but beyond that, there is something, as I mentioned before, something divine. I mean, maybe not divine, but something just kind of about things which are not tangible, which a human cannot reach for yet, because somehow it's like in games when you have some text narrative in RPGs, for example, there is always a problem that writers try to describe gods, try to describe something that doesn't exist, and of course they fail, because how can they describe something that doesn't exist? So they limit those things by notions understandable to people. Now, some very talented writers, say Disco Elysium, for example, or in Planescape Torment, you just frame what is unknown. Like you set the limit, and then you say there is something there which I cannot explain. And you, because of the very intricate and very talented writing, you feel that you actually understand what is there, but you cannot explain it, and you cannot hope to explain it, because it's something beyond you, beyond all of us. And what these texts can do, the same music can do. And so the track that we have just listened to does this for me. So when I'm listening to that, I feel emotions that belong to me, and also I feel emotions that I think belong to me, or something that I definitely experience deep in my subconsciousness, or maybe in my unconscious, something very, very deep. And with that said, we shall go to the second track, which is going to be more dynamic, I would say even jolly to some extent. And I usually listen to it when I feel like very energetic and very kind of, I need some, like blood pumping and some excitement. And so, yeah. Are you ready? Question? Do you mind if I start?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Okay, I have two relatively funny things to mention. The first one, Telegram keeps glitching, and so that's why I noticed that I didn't notice that Kostya was frozen again, and so I just thought he was happily listening with a very like static face, and he wasn't. He was actually.
I would say, I would say silly expression.
No, it was like
Yeah,
such
but
such such
I
a
think,
pleasant picture. Hmm.
yeah, it was pleasant and silly at the same time. It's okay. I mean,
My
I
bad.
think
Sorry.
Telegram gives us some content. No, it's great. I mean, some funny content.
Mm.
It's a good thing to say.
Nancy thinks the same too.
Yeah,
And the second
that's
thing is that because I launch the tracks from my desktop, there are different kind of funny screenshots from games, and so the wallpapers AIMP chooses the wallpapers for your tracks arbitrarily, and so there are like some gothic wallpapers popping up and like your music, and then you glitched again. Damn it. Uh, yeah. So it's like Nancy. Remember how you were like you had this audiobook by Jordan Peterson, and and then your phone chose your cat, which was slacking on the windowsill, all in pink colors, and that became the wallpaper for the for the philosophical psychological book. And like, what was that? 12 Rules of Life or something like, or some I don't remember. I mean, it's hilarious. I have to find it again now.
yeah. Cats fit every any topic,
Mm,
especially some philosophical and
mm,
psychological
mm.
things.
Nancy, can you find it now? Because if you can, I'll show it on the stream. Really, like it's really perfect. Um, yeah. So now about the track. Any any thoughts?
Well, I have to say actually that listen your own music. It's a bit strange experience. I mean, I'm not a very big fan of some fake modesty or something like that, but it's really more convenient and natural thing to speak about your favorite musicians or artists or some the people. You can discuss it. You can say some impressions. But thinking and trying to say something about your own music, it's a very strange thing because you cannot hear it as just a track.
Mm-hmm.
You you like well, I don't want to give you the metaphor that I just thought, but it's like you're not person here. So it's
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wanted to say that I don't want to I don't know what to say actually. So maybe you can say something. I mean, maybe your impressions, and especially because this exact song, this track, it um, I didn't take it to this my collection of you know
Mm-hmm.
favorite tracks that I appreciate. But now I listened it, and I think, well, it's actually it was made pretty good in a pretty good level. I think. I mean, for me. So yeah, but maybe you tell why you exactly put it and wanted to play it. It's interesting.
Because it's I mean it's amazing, the vibe, the I mean I love how you work with music narratives. I mean how you start your tracks and then how they develop, how new instruments or new melodies appear and then they unite all together with the catharsis. And so it's like it's what I appreciate in electronic music. And not only it's like when it develops and then there is this powerful moment where you have the biggest emotion. And then because such music helps me vent, helps me decompress, or on the contrary, helps me reach some emotions I need. So to paint something, to create something, to think about something, or just to reach some mm, some level of emotional instability, to actually become stable afterwards. Because if it is a natural process, it might take a lot of time to reach certain levels, and such music revs me up, like it agitates me. And so uh, it actually works like alcohol itself. I wanted to say that a lot of music tracks in my library are themselves like what do we call them? So they have this effect. They make me not really myself, or maybe more myself than by default.
Mhm. You know, it's interesting thing. Speaking about alcohol, by the way, well, of course, we know not propagate some unhealthy style of life or something like that, but
Mhm. But we can't deny
when
its
it's
existence.
existence, and I would add, well, of course, everyone has its his or her own measure, and like maybe some people, and sometimes there is a period of your life when you reject alcohol. I mean, you really don't need it. You drink just tea and I don't know, something like that. It's enough for you. I mean, it depends also what period of time and what you prefer and everything like that. I'm just remembering now that I always actually like to compare music to alcohol, because alcohol also has genres, you know, different genres. I mean, different type of alcohol. You can say that it's kind of genres. I mean, of course, like whiskey and wine and beer, it's completely different genres because they give you different emotions, and you behave very different when you drink these different drinks, beverages. And I remember now that there was a period of time when I really when I drank only wine. I was really obsessed about wine. And you know, wine is kind of, it's always like it has an image of, you know, so poetic and kind of
Intelligent.
um, yeah, this vibe. Of course, maybe it's stereotypes, of course, but it's, I think it's good stereotype. And for me, wine was always related directly to jazz. Speaking about music, so,
Mm.
and of course, this period of time was related for me with jazz mostly. I mean, and sometimes it's funny to think that even I just remember that once I just came to my kitchen. um, I was in my home, and I came to my kitchen to, I don't know, to pour some tea or something like that, and there was a TV, and maybe I switched it on or something like that, and on the TV there was a concert of John Coltrane. Is very interesting musician, jazz musician. It's not very. I mean, he's popular, but only to some. Uh, Popular, but within the group of people who um, like the special subgenres of jazz. Because when you say jazz, well, I mean, I think the most popular people is like Ray Charles or Louis Armstrong, people like that. Maybe some other names, but John Coltrane, he is a legend, but like legend in some specific subgenre of jazz. And I remember it was a random concert on. I mean, there was a time when TV, you could see something like that on our TV. Unfortunately, I can't imagine nowadays such content on a TV. Well, it was a cult channel named Culture, Kultura in Russia.
Mhm.
And yeah, it was very rare. I mean, after that, for many, many years, I tried to find this concert, and I just found it just, something like uh, 10 years maybe since that. I mean, it was, I think it was something like 2000 and maybe really it can be really 7, something like that. 7 or 8, 2008 or 2007. And also what I'm heading to, it was I was just astonished that effect was like I drank a big glass of wine. But
Mm-hmm.
I didn't drink at all. I mean, I just listened to music, and this effect, it was for me, it was exactly like drinking a wine. And I really saying that. I mean, it's not just some metaphors or some exaggeration. It was real effect of that. I was listening to it, and I felt mm, some I don't know, chemical effect inside my body.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just imagine it. It was just, well, of course, I think, of course, it's related with your emotions, and it can be some. I
I
not
mean,
very deep
it, it,
inside
it,
this
it
topic.
affects our brain definitely. And so what was inhibited becomes uninhibited. So your emotions unleash, and so why not? Chemicals work, and then you have what you have. And I've had that, so I totally believe that. That's what I'm basically saying. Sometimes it's much more effective than alcohol. Sometimes gives more interesting effects, especially at the right moment.
Look, maybe,
Mm.
yeah, maybe it is too sudden to ask, but for just for a chance, um, maybe you have some comparison or some example like uh, of some genre and what alcohol you could compare to it, for example.
Mm.
Just if you have it.
I would actually take this. I've already written that down. The question is whether people have different effect from different types of alcohol, because to me that's not intuitively immediately clear. I would keep that question until we have a more profound conversation on alcohol and its effects on us, because we definitely might have some events in the future which are connected to that. What do you think? Because again, I wouldn't say I haven't thought about that deeply. I wouldn't say that I distinguish properly. And
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, of course, yes. Maybe it was not a very good thing to ask just so sudden.
no,
I
no, no, no.
mean,
I
of course,
mean that fits.
sometimes
That
you need.
fits, and that only reiterates my, only reinforces my conviction that it's a good topic to explore with us and other
Mhm.
people.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like thanks for asking. Actually, it's a nice one. So let's maybe go to the next track because we still have 3 to listen to, and
Yeah, and I really have to say that I'm now experiencing or like I have some very funny experience. I mean, not very usual. So
mm,
let's proceed.
I think I know. I mean I don't know, but I understand what you're trying to say. It's
Uh-huh.
must be a unique one because it's your music, and so I am half sorry, but I'm also half uh, deeply satisfied and excited that we are doing that finally. So
Okay.
I'd like to first acknowledge a couple of messages. Nancy, thank you for the photo. No problem. That you took some time finding it. I mean, it's of course it's hard to find pictures sometimes, and I shall show it just in some time. And about the riddle, which alcohol is which house. So it's a task for the chat and for me, I guess, to guess what you mean.
Yeah, some Carolinas asked it.
Mm.
Who this guy?
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Uh,
I mean, yes. Sam Carolinas the Green asked that question. Well, can I just while the emotions after the song after the track are fresh, I think I have the most how to say the biggest commentary here about exactly this work, because first of all, I remember I think quite vividly how I think you sent it to me somewhere in November 2020, in October 2020, and I remember the first time I heard it. Immediately after, I listened to it, well, maybe 10 times, and so like in succession. I mean, it was just on repeat for 10 times. I think just the same evening, and I think this is that track that I tend to sometimes listen to for really long time. Like it doesn't happen to your other works, I guess. Exactly this one. So on repeat for maybe half an hour, because with this exact masterpiece, what I'm talking about, the narrative development is fully unfolded. Like it starts with one thing, then it goes into another and another and another, and so it actually imitates what very often happens inside me. Like when I have, for example, no, I think I'm gonna start with a different thing now. Oh, about this track, we also had a very, I would say, to some extent, heartbreaking conversation with Kostya, because I sent him a message. Maybe it was about this track, maybe about the next one, but I dropped him, hey man, like you managed to drop me your music exactly at the right times of my life when things are shattering and collapsing. And he's like, yeah, I don't want to write this music. Like, I don't want to write music that is the soundtrack to someone else's life shattering. Like, I'm not sure I want to do that. And that was like such a powerful moment because I probably see what he means. And I know his opinion that art doesn't have to just shouldn't just pour all the negativity out of us. It's not the goal of art. We had this another conversation when I showed him my dark paintings. He's like, well, I think, dude, art is supposed to take this and make it into something better, into something more hopeful, which I guess is a very commendable and really like powerful and wonderful position he has, and maybe I have yet to reach that stage. On the other hand, I see art as a very strong instrument, effective instrument of sublimation, of like extracting some painful things from inside and bringing them outside or living through them. And from that standpoint, well, I just wanted to come back to that episode about not writing this music. Well, your music has helped me big time, and so exactly this track imitates what's sometimes happening inside me. Like it starts with some like relatively low intensity emotions, and then they escalate into something completely destabilizing. And so the different melodies, and they are all kind of intertwined into some emotional narrative, and then there is this burst when it all comes together, and then because I'm exhausted of all those emotions, I go to bed, and then I just kind of lie down because I have no more strength and desire to react to that. And actually, I'm over that moment. So, hello, Nikita. Welcome to the stream. It's very nice that you've made it to the exact this stream about music. We talked about you yesterday, by the way, so you are very, very welcome, dude. Hopefully, you're fine. Strongly recommend to listen to the beginning because there were 3 tracks, 2 to go, but yeah, it's nice that you have joined. And so it's just the track is so true. I mean, so true about me. It just catches the dynamics that I have when drunk, for example, like that, how it affects me and how it lets me go. And the final thing, the name, this it's called. I didn't tell the names, right? So the first one was "I'm Not Your God." I'm gonna drop the names on the chat. The second one was "Obsidian Sunset," and then this one that we have just listened to is North Pole Dream Station. And so the name itself is very, very rich in meaning, because North Pole is something I want sometimes to retreat to, because it's so desolate and it's like solitude and just ice and darkness, and I mean it's an incredible place itself, where you can be like unharmed and just alone with yourself. And Dream Station, well, place where your most vivid, most wild thoughts and dreams come true. I mean, it's just so many things come together in this track for me, and so I'm extremely, I cannot express how thankful I am to you for creating it at some point of your musical career. So I rest my case.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that "I'm Not Your God" reduced, by the way, to just "Not Your God" and "God." And why it was so? Yeah, because to clarify the idea that it's well, maybe it's very obvious, but it was not from me. Like, it goes not from me. Like, I'm not, like, it's not me saying that. It's the, so to say, character of this song, or who imagine, like,
The
imagine
imaginary
to be state.
protagonist.
Yes. But protagonist, also hard to say, because it's some substance. It's not a person, it's some substance that we can personalize. But well, again, it may be not very good idea to try to explain it. But I thought about what thing. Maybe I think you have to be not very surprised if your YouTube channel will be banned, for example, because of
Excuse me.
some license. I just thought it would be funny thing to write to YouTube that my music was used to on the stream. Well, it's stupid joke, but
I
I
mean,
just
you will take down my video. Just, I mean, totally do that. I
yeah.
mean, we'll start a very big litigation, more huge than Elon Musk's. Like that's my friend, and I will show you why I can do that.
Yes.
We'll hire lawyers.
Yeah, and sue
Each other, like I mean, that could be hell of a fun. And then
yes.
when after a couple of years we're like, no, we will have a peace agreement. And so
Yeah. We just wanted to have some practice, in law, law.
in law industry, yeah, how does it work, like from inside, see the kitchen? Very effective, actually, just to see each other, to see how it
Yeah.
works. That's a
Yeah.
new
What's it?
model of law education.
Yeah, to have some law exercises, so to say.
That's
Because
that's
in the
revolutionary.
different moments of our life, we were related somehow with this industry, but we want more, obviously, of these practices. Yeah. By the way, yeah, what I want to say, that previous track, for example, I mean, before that, North Pole Dream Station, contained some negativity, I think. I mean, it was one of the topics of that track, but this track, actually, it's not negative. It doesn't have any frustration or something like that. It was mostly about some mystery, some mysterious vibes, and some, I don't know,
Sorry,
enigmatic.
which track? Not Your God was negative, and
The,
and this one, and the last
no, no,
one
no,
was not.
no. Obsidian Sunset
Mm.
or contained some negative emotions.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, well, in a way to release these emotions, so to say. But the last one that we just heard, just listened, yeah, it was more about. Actually, it was for me. It was about some good emotions.
Mm.
I mean, they may be gloomy in a way and kind of, yeah, maybe dark in a way, but at the same time they pleasant.
Mm.
Yeah, because when I think about, I don't know, I like actually winter aesthetic,
Mm-hmm.
and uh, of course, it's actually for me it was very strange because winter and night, it has to be related with something, maybe sad or something like that, or maybe I don't know, even uh, dreadful sometimes. But for me, for some reason, it always more about some fairy tales,
Mm.
some mysteries, some riddles, something like
Welcome,
that.
welcome to Costas world, guys. That's like
Yeah,
winter and night have to be dreadful. That's his fairy tale.
you know,
Like, welcome. Just so you know, just so you
I
know.
just I just remember our first stream. I mean, in this our first
Halloween
um,
2020.
yeah, our first collaboration when you said something about like what how it was sound like language of pain.
Yes, exactly. Like that's like he will explain to you in his language of fairy tales, just with
Yeah,
one
yeah.
minor adjustment, let's say. Um, we are
So
moving
what?
to your instrumental tracks
No,
now.
no, no,
Mm?
no. We don't. What about riddle?
All right. The riddle about what alcohol is, which house?
Yeah, and I think it's mostly for a riddle for you because it's
Mm.
like I think you have to answer.
Mm.
But a little disclaimer: it's not Spera.
I wouldn't. I think I wouldn't think about that. Even if I thought I would.
Yeah, I
I
just
would think
wanted.
it's a joke. Uh huh.
Yeah, of course. I just wanted to pronounce this
Mm-hmm.
beautiful word term.
Nikita supports you in your um, fascination with winter and night.
Yeah, I knew. I waited for this.
Mm-hmm.
Winter and Night, it's something melancholic in it. As composer in the studio. Oh, brother, you
Mm-hmm.
understand me.
So, what alcohol could that be? Mm,
Can I give you some hint?
yeah, sure. That would help.
Or you want to to do it yourself?
I mean, I'm
I
just.
mean, look.
It's like two different. I don't know what from what perspective you were trying to judge that. But yeah, let's have a
Okay.
hint.
Uh, uh, I have two hints. Choose one. The um, how to say the obvious hint, or maybe more. Mm,
With the
um,
pikes. I'm
how
choosing
to
the
say
one with the
more
pikes.
re, remote pikes, pikes.
Sorry,
What?
just go ahead. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I mean that wasn't necessary, but I thought I needed to add some cringe. Yeah. Back to your hint.
Hmm. Okay. This beverage actually can be the best medicine
Really?
for
With
your
that?
health.
With that? Jägermeister? Really?
Yeah, of course, Jägermeister. Of course, actually, it's too obvious, maybe, because of
No.
this, you know, this style of the bottle, actually.
Mm.
But I thought that, well,
Mm-mm.
It's too obvious, maybe, because really the style, the design of a bottle is very close
No.
to design of artworks
No.
of some beach house projects. Why
Mm,
no?
no, 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 no. I mean,
Come
it's
on.
no. It's like Jägermeister is like vintage, not vintage, but it's kind of. It's not sharp enough. It's not aggressive enough. It's not like
Uh,
mysterious enough. It's not. I mean, you see, it's very personal. Like for me, that would be like one of
mm,
the last things I would think about. Gin
mm,
of some unusual color, maybe.
mm,
Uh,
mm-hmm.
but yes, yes,
Wow.
dude. Uh huh. Uh huh. Yes.
Cool. Cool. Two two of your, I mean, you have a teammate.
But there is
Yeah,
a very
Jean.
important difference. You created the music, which I take as Witch House, and so it's funny. It's. I mean, we have
Oh,
our right to the tastes. Uh huh.
no, no, no. I tried to think about that from the perspective of a listener, and again, I will need to say that my music not exactly Witch House. I mean, it is inspired by Witch House, but well, again, it's hard. This topic, it's kind of sloppy way to explain. Witch House mostly, I thought about that, pretty much, and I think that Witch House mostly related with some visual effects more than musical, because the exact music is actually just independent electronic music. Maybe it's a wide explanation, but actually it is. I mean, how it was born, it was just some independent musicians uh, who uh, who wasn't they were not considered as some special subgenre of, it was just named independent electronic music or indie electronic music, but they just
Indies
liked
from Independent, really? I didn't know
yeah,
that.
of course, yes,
Wow.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hmm.
and so it started actually with, of course, after some times and some years, it appeared some special features exactly inside the music, it's inside the genre. But it started just from a design and from special effects, all these glitches, all these dreadful images of some, I don't know, some um, spooky pictures, something like that, some combination of different effects. And again, it was mostly about glitch and something like that. Yeah, but yeah, of course, maybe speaking about Jägermeister, I was too. I just said my own opinion, but it looks like really people have a different experience and see and feel things very differently.
Hmm.
So, and it works with alcohol, it works with music, looks like the same.
Hmm. I also thought about rum. Why? Because like if you walk into a supermarket and like uh you need to find a bottle with a skull on it, which is very, very witch house-ish. So what bottles
Mm.
would you look for? Gin and rum, definitely. Because everything else is more classical, everything is more normie. And so yeah, that's probably what I was guided by.
And actually, maybe I can say a pretty strange thing, but when I think about that, I think about it. It comes to my mind, these crazy cocktails with something like vodka and uh, orange juice and energetic.
Are you
It
thinking
really,
about
it,
me now, or just, I mean, that's.
no, no, no. My impressions. I mean, my connections with the witch house. By the way, of course, I hate and I never drank such beverages. Well, I
Excuse
tasted
me?
it maybe, but I mean, it's really crazy. No, I mean, not just no. It's look. I need to maybe clarify that it's one thing that when you just buy vodka and buy some orange juice, for example, and mix it, it's okay.
Oh,
It's
okay.
good cocktail. But when you buy this very, very cheap thing, I think it's even maybe not vodka at all. Maybe it's some spirit,
Mm.
maybe very cheap spirit with something like maybe it's not a juice at all. It's some crazy chemicals. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know, just
Mm-hmm.
trying to pretend that it's orange juice.
If you mean these
And
low market
it can
cocktails,
be
then
also,
of course. Mm-hmm.
yes, yes. But because of this craziness of the idea of such
Mm.
cocktails, it can be
Yes,
related
of
with
course.
witch house because
Actually, yes, that's the
it's
answer. Blazer is the answer.
it, blazer, yeah, blazer. It is a scary, scary beverages. So that's why it
Mm.
can be related with witch
They
house.
will make you
The
glitch.
idea, not that. Yes, yes, and maybe not even the taste of these beverages, but the idea. There's such the
Mm-hmm.
idea to,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, maybe you can kill somebody with such beverages
Well, I
in
first
it.
of all disapprove of that immediately, and secondly, I mean the whole
No,
premise of
yeah,
uh
absolutely disapprove. It was a joke. I mean, of course, I think
yeah,
nobody
we discourage such
that,
actions. Absolutely, yes. And I think we
yeah,
have the answer. Blazer is the like the
yes.
pinnacle of the alcohol hierarchy in terms of witch house. Now, dude, we are going to the fourth screwdriver. Yeah, yeah, dude, that's exactly the thing. We are moving to the fourth track, and I want to ask you, is the mood changing? Because I want to show the cat that Nancy dropped with Peterson's book, and I just don't want to break the mood too much. So can I do that now, or should I
Oh,
wait until we finish with the songs, with the tracks?
no, no, no. Let's see some cats.
Mhm.
Come on.
All right. Sorry. Uh,
Screwdriver.
oh my God, it's
Screwdriver is a weapon or what?
no,
Ah,
it's the,
screwdriver
the
beverage.
translation for yeah, 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 yeah. It's the Russian
Yeah,
cocktail,
of
which is
course.
like. So here
It's not just
comes.
nice thing. It's a classic. Really, I mean, really, it's classic. I think it's obvious.
Yeah, Law and Behold, the official book cover for. Oh, it was on YouTube, I think, or where, or YouTube playlist.
Wait, is it real? I mean, it looks
of,
like artificial.
of,
Like it was.
I
No, no, no.
mean,
I mean, artificial. Glass. This glass. It looks like it was, just a drawn
no, 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 no. It's a real
on
photo.
it. Yeah, yeah. No, it's cool. It's really cool. Wow, Jordan Peterson has to be considered
12 Rules of Life,
as a relaxing cat.
Absinthe. I thought about Absinthe as well, but well, it's green enough to be
Mm.
witch house-ish. And Tajni highlighted his message. Have 5.4k channel points also on board, so I want to spend some. Be my guest. I mean, I have no idea how Twitch mechanisms work in that respect, like channel points. I know when you watch my channel, you gain some, I guess, and I don't know what you can do with them. So if you can highlight or do some other harmless but entertaining stuff, please do that. Of course, enjoy yourself, and thanks for showing the others how it works as well. It's really appreciated. So, mhm.
Absinthe. I just want to add that absinthe is very significant beverage for me, and it is related for me with gothic music. It's this strange, especially some German uh, this genre when it is combination of electronic and some even folk medieval music. Sometimes it's really crazy, but somehow it looks it sounds in harmony, and like you listen it and think like, well,
Mhm.
this is very cool. Yeah, and absinthe for me it's related actually with some, this
Hmm.
strange gothic music.
Mhm. We have the third person now to join our alcohol discussion, Nikita. I mean, and we'll need to find more, and then we'll
Yeah.
really profoundly discuss the topic. Now we are moving to track number 4, which is called "When a Visitor Comes." And
Yeah, and Andy,
mhm.
look, what do you think? Maybe we can, maybe this track will be the last one.
Without listening to the fifth.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe it's enough. I mean, it's just for this section. Maybe it's enough.
Okay, if
Mm,
you are fine with that, because we've listened to what I chose and we only are going to listen to one of what you have chosen, then is it all right?
yeah, yeah. And I just thought that this track can be pretty good final chord for such section.
Perfect.
I think.
Sure, sure. Um, so could you repeat again what makes this one incoming different from the previous three? So that's instrumental electronic music, but other than that, I wouldn't be able to explain it better than you.
Hmm. Oh, by the way, favorite track. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thanks, Nikita, for commenting.
Yeah, yeah. Because and I think because Nikita more inclined to instrumental music. So the difference is hard to say. Actually, all this music is was made by like everything created with your hand with my hands. So every notes, it's not a samples. It's not something like that. It is really actually. It was also you using some guitar, especially in the first track. But the main thing with electronic music is to create a special sound and special sound effects. So you mostly do not the melody exactly, but well, of course, you need to create some melody, but to the main point is to create the atmosphere, this atmosphere and symphony of sounds and sound effects. But in this track that we will listen now, uh, it was played. Everything was played. Just there is just drums is kind of drum machine, but everything besides that, it was a guitar. It was bass guitar and rhythm guitar and solo guitar. So it is directly instrumental. It is played. I mean, I can. I got it. I think the main difference is that electronic track you cannot perform just with the natural instrument. I
Mm.
mean, you cannot perform it just to grab a guitar, go to stage and just play it. You cannot do it. You need to play it on a computer or with some
Equipment.
technical
Hmm.
de- yeah, equipment and devices. But instrumental, I can play it just with a guitar just by myself. It will be not exactly the same, but still the idea will be the same. Or I can gather some people, so I can give to some person bass guitar, to other person rhythm guitar, can play myself on a solo guitar, and even I can find a drummer who will play the drums. So, and it will be exactly the same track, exactly the same track. I can repeat it alive or in live version. So
Hmm.
that's the main difference, I think.
Hmm. Tajni, I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean the type of music that we are listening to is related to what we hear in Planet Crafter or not? Maybe can you elaborate what you exactly meant? And Costa, thanks for the explanation. Now I think we're ready to start the track. I should not forget now to make you unfrozen immediately after. I need to explain the message I dropped first. Like the name of the song is "When a Visitor Comes," and so then Kostya left, and welcome Nick, welcome Illusion. That is, we are vibing about
Yeah,
Halloween.
Vision, you know, I was in the head just for you, just exactly for you to come, and you see, I summoned you, so now I can be free and I can just yeah.
What's this
I'm
performance?
free again. Yeah, you see, and my headphones just
Yeah,
fall. So it
nice.
was not a great idea to.
That
Yeah,
was a
and
good
by the way,
performance.
speaking about
Hmm.
yeah, Visitor came. Yeah, not to me, but to some fictional character
Hmm.
of this song.
I mean, you left because somebody came, but no, never mind. Nikita dropped the question about the name, this IYGDBS, and congratulations to Nikita. He discovered another hidden emoji which was somehow connected to the letter S, and it was a soldier or somebody like paying respects. I mean, you can't see that on Twitch, obviously, but that is very strange. You were talking about get it back. Ah, okay. Um, about the song, about the track, the composition.
Yeah, I always try to say song. Yeah, so for some reason, yeah, it's not a song, but you always can add some some vocals and it will be song.
Mm. Nikita
So
dropped
yeah, but I
the.
really like
Uh-huh.
yeah I really like the ideas of Nikita, and actually this abbreviation is stands for exactly for that, for to make a creativity of people who see it and
Mm.
try to create you're really free to create your own explanation and your own well how to say that
Interpretation.
yes interpretation, yeah, so it's
Mhm.
all about freedom, yeah.
Mm.
But
Well,
I really like the
I
idea
like
that it's a tune.
and the last message. I like the
Tune.
abbreviation. It sounds really terribly in Russian, so I'm not gonna say it. But yeah, looks very nice. Looks very
Mhm.
nice. Um, can we so about the track, I must say that to me it's like a journey track, like a perfect melody soundtrack if I'm kind of traveling, walking, hiking, or just want to have this kind of, when you're playing a huge RPG with an open world like Oblivion or Skyrim, or like where you can basically run around and on the road, on some path, on some track, that would be an ideal melody to play, in my opinion.
Mhm. Yeah, it is pretty close to the idea, uh,
Oh,
in a
Disco
way.
Elysium. Yes, actually, Elysium writes that the track reminded of Disco Elysium music. I think I agree. Um, there is some resemblance, certain resemblance. Yes, totally,
Yeah, and
totally.
by the
So
way,
actually,
very praising comparison, I would say.
well deserved. Told you.
Mhm, mhm,
Uh,
mhm.
yeah.
Okay.
So your what? Your trial, your torture, your ordeal has finished. We have listened to 4 of your tracks. Um, please.
Well, not no. It was not a torture. When I say kind
Hmm,
of strange and interesting experience, it was not about torture or something bad. It was just unusual, I would say.
mhm,
That's all, and experimental, really.
mhm.
So
So to those who are now listening or who will be listening this to this recording or watching it, um, Kostya has, well, all most of this music on his public page on VK, or you can ask him directly, or you have SoundCloud, right? Or which platform would like to share, if you want, of course, at all. That is,
well,
we can drop the
I
link.
think yeah, I think yeah. Now it's SoundCloud. Yeah,
Can you send me the link
I have this
because
link.
I can't open it? It's unfortunately,
Uh-huh.
you know what happened to poor SoundCloud in our country. Collateral damage.
Yeah, yeah, but yeah, but by the way, really, it's interesting that this stream this stream contained um, exclusive mm, exclusive music, because there is no some of tracks they not
Anywhere.
presented in a well at least on the SoundCloud account.
Mm.
Oh, I don't have it. I need to copy it. I need to go to my Instagram page, and to go to Instagram page I need
All
to
right. Damn
uh,
it.
uh-huh.
Do you maybe you do you not remember your SoundCloud page? No.
Yeah, I remember it. I just need to write it down. So hard, Nancy. Uh, thank you very much. I'm always actually surprised when people like my tracks. I don't know. I mean, again, I'm not a modest person, and but for me, for some reason, it's a surprise. This evening with the music, unfortunately, I gotta go. Oh yeah,
Yeah, Nancy,
that
thank you
was
for
really
coming. Wish you a great evening and see you in the future. I Dude, when you have a chance, please pay attention to what Tajni dropped, because Tajni is he has an outstanding talent of creating names. I think he can make a career. Tajni, damn it. Okay, I mean, Hard Nancy just she's my sister, and so you are studying to become a game developer, and so you could have some questions now, but probably next time. So Tajni could make a career in naming, in creating names for companies, because he made a wonderful name for the tower I built in Planet Crafter, the Tower of Tower, and that is exactly him who was continuing to build the other names for the Tower of Tajni, of No More, of Plants, also yes, something like that, and it was incredible, and it was happening over several streams, and I don't think it will ever end. And yeah, Elysian, yes, there are 4 paintings standing there, but only only 2 of them are finished. I need to work on them more. And finally, we have the link to Kostya's SoundCloud, who miraculously turns out to be Carolina's the Great, the Green, sorry, and the Great. That's from me.
yeah. It's
Justink,
my friend,
yeah, Kostya's friend
my
helped us out, and we have Justink
my
on the stream. Oh, yeah,
my servant, my servant.
yeah.
My pocket, wizard in my pocket.
Mm-hmm. We are joined by
Good
Justink.
afternoon.
Yeah, and we haven't talked for, I think, a long time, and I'm very, very pleased to see you on the stream, my dude. And you as well joined the crowd of very lucky people who somehow discovered the hidden emoji of the application I'm using to collect chat messages. And I have no idea what it means, but yeah, that was supposed to be good afternoon. I wonder how is your.
Look, dude, I really
Mhm,
want.
mhm.
Oh, sorry.
It's fine. It's
No,
fine.
sorry, I interrupted. Uh-huh. I just wanted to go back just for a moment to Tajni message because I want to voice it. Is yogurt good? Does buy stand? You know, Tajni, please write me down. What money do you want for this name? Because I want to rename my project. I really like how it sounds. It's really cool.
I
Or maybe I can use it for my next project. I already said that I want to go to next level, next stage, and maybe to write really strange independent music. And this name will be perfectly fit to this project. So I really like it. So what money do you want to for me to pay for it?
Yeah, he is a prolific namer. I mean, I'm really impressed every time. Uh yeah, just think, I wonder how is your academic pursuit, how are the studies and life in general. We are conferencing today about Halloween 2020, 2022. That is, have been listening to some music. We actually, I should be saying this now, we have finished the first section of our meeting, of our conference, which was music, devoted to what Costa created, the tracks. Another crazy emoji I see. What is that? Oh, the Dogecoin. Dogecoin. 2 million Dogecoin. I don't know how much they cost actually. uh,
Well, when I when I gain such money, it will be yours, all yours.
mm,
Exactly.
Well, not bad. 50. Well, I and what I'm gonna say is not actually it's not a joke. I mean, I'm quite serious. I told Kostya I'd like to sponsor him so that he creates more music. And yeah, well, who knows where that will take us to some music empire. Studies are good.
Yeah, so
Uh-huh.
I will ask everyone to support me with the dog. How to pronounce it?
Doggy, I
Dog
think. Doggy coin. It's the doggy, the
doggy coin.
Shiba Inu, that meme dog.
Uh-huh. Yeah, cool. Yeah, so I will ask everyone to support me with doggy coin. Please give me some
You need to
more
talk
doggy
to
coin.
Elon Musk because he is, I think, the creator of it and or the
Uh-huh.
massive
Cool.
supporter. And so if he mind that, by the way, uh, Grimes, who was his wife for some time, also is a music artist in that genre. So he definitely has to have this taste for electronic music. So maybe he can invest in you, and so probably he is a connoisseur of such music. How do I disable this freaking empathy madness? Let me try and disable. I mean, it's really weird. Uh, and studies are good. 2 weeks left in my first quarter in seminary. Are you still in the US or have you relocated to where you wanted in Europe? I wonder. And oh, I'm trying to remember now. I think you studied Hebrew and ancient Greek, so literature and probably religion, if I'm not mistaken, and that kind of correlates with the next stage of our stream because we are gonna read, and I think here I'm gonna well, Kostya is leaving, so I was about to ask him to explain, but let me.
No, I'm here.
All right, welcome back. Uh, uh, I wanted to ask you to explain why King Pest, why Edgar Allan Poe, why exactly that work, and so basically the story behind. Before that, a couple of new messages. So a new interpretation for you from Nikita. I think you will read it, and then still in the US, opportunity to Cambridge. Cambridge would be lovely, really lovely. So I hope you
I
succeed.
think, guys,
Mm.
you're really fighting for some money. I think it's really so great competition.
Iconic yoga god doubled.
I feel, yeah, I feel just tearing apart and don't know what to whom will go my all my 2 million doggy coins.
Well,
Iconic yoga good double bass
mhm.
sounds.
Don't fail to record all these interpretations so they're not lost somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
because we need
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
keep the track of that. Mm.
Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm.
So,
One more second.
mhm,
I'll reply one. I'll say
okay.
one more thing to Justin. Justin, I was just speaking of education. I was considering recently whether maybe I should start a psychological uh, degree, a path like to enroll some masters. So who knows? Who knows? Maybe we'll. I'm not talking about Cambridge. I don't think I'll make it, neither financially nor. I mean, it would be murderously hard for me to get into anything of that sort, I guess, taking into account where I am now. But we probably shall meet somewhere in the neutral space. Yeah. Yeah. Now we move to the section number 2. Kostya, please tell us about what we're going to do and why.
Mhm. And why? Well, do you ask me just to explain it, or you really? I mean, you remember that we actually discuss. I mean, we touched the name of Edgar Allan Poe in a previous. I mean, last year in a previous stream,
You
Halloween
told the
stream.
story about
I
David
just mentioned
Jones.
him.
Was it that exact story that you were talking about? The Sea Devil and David
Yeah,
Jones. It was that.
yeah. Why actually Edgar Allan Poe appeared? Because on the first stream there was a speaking about and discussing Lovecraft and his worlds, and we uh, played a game
Mm-hmm.
that was based on his world and his lore. And yeah, and I just when I hear and speak about Lovecraft, I just cannot. I always remember about Edgar Allan Poe because he was actually the favorite writer of Lovecraft. And well, I don't want to say, to compare them. They're pretty different, of course. Well, Edgar Allan Poe, of course, considered more classical and more proficient. I think more, more maybe he appreciated more in a world culture. I think, but anyway, they both great, but uh, each in his own, you know, sphere, his own style. But Edgar Poe is really my favorite writer. One of my, I have, this imaginary club of people,
With
you
Carolinas
know.
the Great, the Green.
No, no, no. I mean, I have a people who, uh, like, I consider as my friends. And well, of course, I'm not crazy. I'm just it's metaphorical thing, but there is not so many people, and Edgar Allan Poe is one of them. I
Mm-hmm.
considered him as my friend, and of course, I'm saying here not about real Edgar Poe who lived in some, this 19th century or something like that. It's just image. It's just this. Image of this writer, his mostly his works. I mean, I don't care about his personality and what kind of person he was and what he did in his just normal life, in his domestic, things, how he did some business or something like that. It's really about the world that he created and his approach, his language. Because for me, the main thing not exactly the stories and not exactly the plot of these stories, but of course the main thing for me is always the language, how it is mm, managed, and how it is uh, how this language lives, its own life
Mm.
inside the work. So that's why Edgar Allan Poe, and of course, it's a very proper author to such a mm, day as or evening like Halloween. And well, and I think anyway, it's a good thing to read and interesting can be. And story at the same time, it's a this story exactly, the King Pest. It's a funny story, but at the same time, it can be serious if you think about that, and it's very, ambiguous. Not ambiguous, but like it can have contain many, meanings and ideas. I mean, you really can think your own. Um, you can have your own ideas like what it's all about all these allegories
Mm.
uh, inside this story. So that's all.
Mm. Well, I was naturally impressed by the style of writing because it was my first meeting with his story in English, and I mean, I've actually never read him in any language, and I was like, wow, that's some fundamental work of language. And yeah, before we go there, I think Tajin deserves to be mentioned again. Like, there are two more interpretations for the name you can uh, acquaint yourself with, which is I yes gain Doom Boy Smacker, and one more complicated.
More and more fancy, I would say.
Yeah, yeah,
Really,
yeah.
wow, it sounds great.
And he won't stop. I mean,
I
like
mean,
I told you, he's very enthusiastic about such things. Uh huh.
yeah, I mean, all these. even phrases, they sound so energetic. You read it and it's like a really, really short story. I mean, Edgar Poe was famous by writing short stories, but this is a new genre, like extremely short story.
Hmm.
You know, you already see some, some drama there, like Game Doom Voice Maker. Wow, it's already some life of some person, I think.
Unstoppable. Well, I mean, yeah, you are unstoppable, but we need to put it on hold before we have a special stream exactly dedicated to deciphering the name that Costa took as his artistic pseudonym. And now we shall start the reading. And that will be King Pest, a story written by Edgar Allan Poe. We'll be reading turn by turn without I think we won't be taking exactly some roles, right? We just will be going one after another with the text. An essay.
Based on what?
You just wait. I mean, you will you will see based on everything, and
Mhm.
the more we tell, the more information he will get for this essay. So brace yourself. Tajni, thank you for uh, great. Oh, and duel now, guys, you're really taking it to next level. But let me turn on Kostya. Behold the change of the scene, and I immediately disappear, unfortunately, because I need. Which is funny, by the way. Yeah, I need to go up a bit. Yeah, here I am back. So just a little bit of a detour to Gothic, back to Gothic 3, and yeah, a little recording of a very hard-working skeleton cleaning the Tower of Zardas. And that shall be our background. Can you hear the crackling of fireplace?
Yeah, I think it is actually. I hear it when I turn on
The question is
the
how
volume.
loud it is, because I made it very loud in the recording, so I don't want to deafen the listeners with it, but keep it as atmosphere. Hmm. Hmm. Actually, it sounds acceptable, not too loud, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Quite fine.
Let me show you the. Well, the skeleton will walk away. So when it walks away, I'll reposition our web cameras as well. But now let it be this way. Tajni is saying something sinister there. That seems quite fine to me. Why the skeleton sweeps rubbish into the chat? That wasn't intended. No, I mean, no offense, dude. No offense. I mean, I have no idea how to correct that. I mean, what can you do possibly? Well, you can pop out the chat and replace it into the left corner, and that way you'll be fine.
He's not a very, talkative person, and he don't like that so many people there in chat.
Yeah, which is completely opposite my goals, of course. The more the better, and yeah, that's why
Yeah, he
he's
wants to.
dead. Like somebody killed him for being too antisocial. Uh,
Absolutely.
so shall we begin? I guess.
Yeah.
Well, that's gonna be a challenge for me personally. I mean, I wish I had more time to prepare with to the fullest extent, but that's also improvisation, and I guess you will forgive me if I make a blunder or two. Another problem is that I want to see the chat, but at the same time will be less responsive during the time of reading because that's we need like full concentration in that process, I guess. And yeah, Kostya, you ready?
Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
think so.
Mm-hmm. Pest by Edgar Allan Poe. A tale containing an allegory. The gods do bear and will allow in kings the things which they abhor in rascal routs. Backhurst's Tragedy of Ferrex and Porrex. About 12 o'clock, one night in the month of October, and during the chivalrous reign of the third Edward, two seamen belonging to the crew of the Free and Easy, a trading schooner playing between Sluys and the Thames, and then at anchor in that river, were much astonished to find themselves seated in the tap room of an alehouse in the parish of St. Andrews, London, which alehouse bore for sign the portraiture of a jolly tar. The room, although ill contrived, small blackened, low pitched, and in every other respect agreeing with the general character of such places at the period, was nevertheless, in the opinion of the grotesque groups scattered here and there within it, sufficiently well adapted to its purpose. Of these groups, our two seamen formed, I think, the most interesting, if not the most conspicuous.
Mm, I think it still has to be you.
I think no.
Uh,
Do we have like
sorry. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. The one who appeared to be the elder and whom his companion addressed by the characteristic appellation of Legs was at the same time much the taller of the two. He might have measured 6 feet and a half, and a habitual stoop in the shoulders seemed to have been the necessary consequence of an altitude so enormous. Superfluities in height were, however, more than accounted for deficiencies in other respects. He was exceedingly thin, and might, as his associates asserted, have answered when drunk for a pennant at the masthead, or when sober, have served for a jib-boom. But these jests and others of a similar nature had evidently produced at no time any effect upon the echinatory muscles of the tar. With high cheekbones, a large hawk nose, retreating chin, falling underjaw, and huge protruding white eyes, the expression of his countenance, although tinged with a species of dogged indifference to matters and things in general, was not the less utterly solemn and serious beyond all attempts at imitation or description. The younger seaman was in all outward appearance the converse of his companion. His stature could not have exceeded 4 feet. A pair of stumpy bow legs supported his squat unwieldy figure, while his unusually short and thick arms, with no ordinary fists and their extremities, swung off dangling from his sides like the fins of a sea turtle. Small eyes of no particular color twinkled far back in his head. His nose remained buried in the mass of flesh which enveloped his round, full, and purple face, and his thick upper lip rested upon the still thicker one beneath with an air of complacent self-satisfaction, much heightened by the owner's habit of licking them at intervals. He evidently regarded his tall shipmate with a feeling half wondrous, half quizzical, and stared up occasionally in his face, as the red setting sun stares up at the crags of Ben Nevis.
various and eventful, however, had been the peregrinations of the worthy couple in and about the different tap houses of the neighborhood during the early hours of the night. Funds, even the most ample, are not always everlasting, and it was with empty pockets our friends had ventured upon the present hostelry. At the precise period, then, when this history properly commences, Legs and his fellow Hugh Topolin sat, each with both elbows resting upon the large oaken table in the middle of the floor, and with a hand upon either cheek. They were eyeing, from behind the huge flagon of unpaid-for humming stuff, the portentous words, "No talk," which, to their indignation and astonishment, were scored over the doorway by means of that very mineral whose presence they purported to deny. Not that the gift of deciphering written characters, a gift among the commonalty of that day considered little less cabalistical than the art of inditing, could in strict justice have been laid to the charge of either disciple of the sea, but there was, to say the truth, a certain twist in the formation of the letters, an indescribable lurch about the whole, which foreboded, in the opinion of both seamen, a long run of dirty weather, and determined them at once, in the allegorical words of Legs himself, to pump ship, clew up the sail, and scud before the wind. Having accordingly disposed of what remained of the ale, and looped up the points of their short doublets, they finally made a bolt for the street. Although Tarpaulin rolled twice into the fireplace, mistaking it for the door, yet their escape was at length happily effected, and half after 12 o'clock found our heroes ripe for mischief, and running for life down a dark alley in the direction of St. Andrew's Stair, hotly pursued by the landlady of the Jolly Tar.
At the epoch of this eventful tale, and periodically for many years before and after, all England, but more especially the metropolis, resounded with the fearful cry of plague. The city was in a great measure depopulated, and in those horrible regions in the vicinity of the Thames, where amid the dark, narrow, and filthy lanes and alleys, the demon of disease was supposed to have had his nativity, awe, terror, and superstition were alone to be found stalking abroad. By authority of the king, such districts were placed under ban, and all persons forbidden, under pain of death, to intrude upon their dismal solitude. Yet neither the mandate of the monarch, nor the huge barriers erected at the entrances of the streets, nor the prospect of that loathsome death which, with almost absolute certainty, overwhelmed the wretch whom no peril could deter from the adventure, prevented the unfurnished and untenanted dwellings from being stripped by the hand of nightly rapine of every article such as iron, brass, or lead work, which could in any manner to be turned to a profitable account.
Above all, it was usually found upon the annual winter opening of the barriers that locks, bolts, and secret cellars had proved but slender protection to those rich stores of wines and liqueurs which, in consideration of the risk and trouble of removal, many of the numerous dealers having shops in the neighborhood had consented to trust, during the period of exile, to so insufficient a security. But there were very few of the terror-stricken people who attributed these doings to the agency of human hands. Pest spirits, plague goblins, and fever demons were the popular imps of mischief, and tales so blood-chilling were hourly told that the whole mass of forbidden buildings was at length enveloped in terror as in a shroud, and the plunderer himself was often scared away by the horrors his own depreciations had created, leaving the entire vast circuit of prohibited district to gloom, silence, pestilence, and death. It was by one of the terrific barriers already mentioned, and which indicated the region beyond to be under the pest ban, that in scrambling down an alley, Legs and the worthy Hugh Topolin found their progress suddenly impeded. To return was out of the question, and no time was to be lost, as their pursuers were close upon their heels. with thoroughbred seamen to clamber up the roughly fashioned plank work was a trifle, and maddened with the twofold excitement of exercise and liquor, they leaped unhesitatingly down within the enclosure, and holding on their drunken course with shouts and yellings, were soon bewildered in its noisome and intricate recesses.
Had they not indeed been intoxicated beyond moral sense, their reeling footsteps must have been palsied by the horrors of their situation. The air was cold and misty. The paving stones, loosened from their beds, lay in wild disorder amid the tall, rank grass which sprang up around the feet and ankles. Fallen houses choked up the street. The most fetid and poisonous smells everywhere prevailed, and by the aid of that ghastly light, which even at midnight never fails to emanate from a vapory and pestilential atmosphere, might be discerned lying in the bypaths and alleys, or rotting in the windowless habitations, the carcass of many a nocturnal plunderer arrested by the hand of the plague in the very perpetration of this robbery. But it lay not in the power of images or sensations or impediments such as these, to say the course of men who naturally brave, and at that time especially brimful of courage and of humming stuff, would have reeled as straight as their condition might have permitted. Undoubtedly into the very jaws of death, onward, still onward stalked the grim legs, making the desolate solemnly echo and re-echo with yells like the terrific war whoop of the Indian, and onward, still onward rolled the dumb Peter Pollen, hanging on to the doublet of his more active companion, and far surpassing the latter's most strenuous exertions in the way of vocal music, by bull roarings in basso, from the profundity of his stentorian lungs.
They had now evidently reached the stronghold of the pestilence. Their way at every step or plunge grew more noisome and more horrible, the paths more narrow and more intricate. Huge stones and beams falling momently from the decaying roofs above them gave evidence by their sullen and heavy descent of the vast height of the surrounding houses, and while actual exertion became necessary to force a passage through frequent heaps of rubbish, it was by no means seldom that the hand fell upon a skeleton or rested upon a more fleshly corpse. Suddenly, as the seamen stumbled against the entrance of a tall and ghastly-looking building, a yell, more than usually shrill from the throat of the excited legs, was replied to from within, in a rapid succession of wild, laughter-like, and fiendish shrieks. Nothing daunted at sounds which, of such a nature, at such a time, and in such a place, might have curdled the very blood in hearts less irrevocably on fire, the drunken couple rushed headlong against the door, burst it open, and staggered into the midst of the things with a volley of curses.
The room within, which they found themselves, proved to be the shop of an undertaker, but an open trap-door in a corner of the floor near the entrance looked down upon the long range of wine cellars whose depths, the occasional sounds of bursting bottles, proclaimed to be well stored with their appropriate contents. In the middle of the room stood a table, in the center of which again arose a huge tub of what appeared to be punch. Bottles of various wines and cordials, together with jugs, pitchers, and flagons of every shape and quality, were scattered profusely upon the board. Around it, upon coffin trestles, were seated a company of six. This company I will endeavor to delineate one by one.
Fronting the entrance, and elevated a little above his companions, sat a personage who appeared to be the president of the table. His stature was gaunt and tall, and Lex was confounded to behold in him a figure more emaciated than himself. His face was as yellow as saffron, but no feature exempting one alone was sufficiently marked to merit a particular description. This one consisted in a forehead so unusually and hideously lofty as to have the appearance of a bonnet or crown of flesh superadded upon the natural head. His mouth was puckered and dimpled into an expression of ghastly affability, and his eyes, as indeed the eyes of all at the table, were glazed over with the fumes of intoxication. This gentleman was clothed from head to foot in a richly embroidered black silk velvet pall, wrapped negligently around his form after the fashion of a Spanish cloak. His head was stuck full of sable hearse plumes, which he nodded to and fro with a jaunty and knowing air, and in his right hand he held a huge human thigh bone, with which he appeared to have been just knocking down some member of the company for a song.
Opposite him, and with her back to the door, was a lady of wit, the less extraordinary character. Although quite as tall as the person just described, she had no right to complain of his unnatural emaciation. She was evidently in the last stage of the dropsy, and her figure resembled nearly that of the huge puncheon of October beer which stood, with the head driven in, close by her side. In a corner of the chamber, her face was exceedingly round, red, and full, and the same peculiarity, or rather want of peculiarity, attached itself to her countenance, which I before mentioned in the case of the President. That is to say, only one feature of her face was sufficiently distinguished to need a separate characterization. Indeed, the acute Tertullian immediately observed that the same remark might have applied to each individual person of the party, every one of whom seemed to possess a monopoly of some particular portion of physiognomy. With the lady in question, this portion proved to be the mouth. Commencing at the right ear, it swept with a terrific chasm to the left. The short pendants which she wore in either auricle continually bobbing into the aperture. She made, however, every exertion to keep her mouth closed and look dignified, in a dress consisting of a newly starched and iron shroud coming up close under her chin, with a crimpled ruffle of cambric muslin.
Hmm? At her right hand sat a diminutive young lady whom she appeared to patronize. This delicate little creature, in the trembling of her wasted fingers, in the livid hue of her lips, and the slight hectic spot which tinged her otherwise leaden complexion, gave evident indications of a galloping consumption. An air of extreme autumn, however, pervaded her whole appearance. She wore in a graceful and dégagé manner a large and beautiful winding sheet of the finest Indian lawn. Her hair hung in ringlets over her neck, a soft smile played about her mouth, but her nose, extremely long, thin, sinuous, flexible, and pimpled, hung down far below her under lip, and in spite of the delicate manner in which she now and then moved it to one side or the other with her tongue, gave her to her countenance a somewhat equivocal expression.
Over against her, and upon the left of the dropsical lady, was seated a little puffy, wizened, and gouty old man, whose cheeks reposed upon the shoulders of their owner like two huge bladders of a port wine. With his arms folded and with one bandaged leg deposited upon the table, he seemed to think himself entitled to some consideration. He evidently prided himself much upon every inch of his personal appearance, but took more especial delight in calling attention to his gaudy-colored surtout. This, to say the truth, must have cost him no little money, and was made to fit him exceedingly well, being fashioned from one of the curiosity embroidered silken covers appertaining to those glorious escutcheons which, in England and elsewhere, are customarily hung up in some conspicuous place upon the dwellings of departed aristocracy.
Next to him, and at the right hand of the president, was a gentleman in long white hose and cotton drawers. His frame shook in a ridiculous manner with the fit of what Napoleon called the horrors. His jaws, which had been newly shaved, were tightly tied up by a bondage of muslin, and his arms, being fastened in a similar way at the wrists, prevented him from helping himself too freely to the liquors upon the table, a precaution rendered necessary, in the opinion of Legs, by the peculiarly sottish and wine-bibbing cast of his visage. A pair of prodigious ears, nevertheless, which it was no doubt found impossible to confine, towered away into the atmosphere of the apartment, and were occasionally pricked up in a spasm at the sound of the drawing of a cork. Fronting him, sixthly and lastly, was situated a singularly stiff-looking personage who, being affected with paralysis, must, to speak seriously, have felt very ill at ease in his unaccommodating habiliments. He was habited somewhat uniquely in a new and handsome mahogany coffin, its top or headpiece pressed upon the skull of the wearer and extended over it in the fashion of a hood, giving to the entire face an air of indescribable interest. Armholes had been cut on the sides, for the sake not more of elegance than of convenience, but the dress, nevertheless, prevented its proprietor from sitting as erect as his associates, and as he lay reclining against his trestle, at an angle of 45 degrees, a pair of huge goggle eyes rolled up their awful whites towards the ceiling in absolute amazement at their own enormity. Before each of the party lay a portion of a skull, which was used as a drinking cup. Overhead was suspended a human skeleton by means of a rope tied round one of the legs and fastened to a ring in the ceiling. The other limb, confined by no such fetter, stuck off from the body at right angles, causing the whole loose and rattling frame to dangle and twirl about at the caprice of every occasional puff of the wind which found its way into the apartment. In the cranium of this hideous thing lay quantity of ignited charcoal, which threw a fitful but vivid light over the entire scene, while coffins and other wares appertaining to the shop of the undertaker were piled high up around the room and against the windows, preventing any ray from escaping into the street. At sight of this extraordinary assembly and of their still more extraordinary paraphernalia, our two seamen did not conduct themselves with that degree of decorum which might have been expected. Legs, leaning against the wall near which he happened to be standing, dropped his lower jaw still lower than usual, and spread open his eyes to their fullest extent, while Hector Pauline, stooping down as to bring his nose upon a level with the table, and spreading out a palm upon either knee, burst into a long, loud, and obstreperous roar of very ill-timed and immoderate laughter.
Without, however, taking offense at behavior so excessively rude, the tall president smiled very graciously upon the intruders, nodded to them in a dignified manner, with his head of sable plumes, and arising took each by an arm, and led him to a seat which some others of the company had placed in the meantime for his accommodation. Lex to all this offered not the slightest resistance, but sat down as he was directed, while the gallant Hugh, removing his coffin trestle from its station near the head of the table to the vicinity of the little consumptive lady in the winding sheet, plumped down by her side in high glee and pouring out a skull of red wine, coughed to their better acquaintance. But at this presumption the stiff gentleman in the coffin seemed exceedingly nettled, and serious consequences might have ensued, had not the President, rapping upon the table with his truncheon, diverted the attention of all present to the following speech.
It becomes our duty, upon the present happy occasion,
"Avast there!" interrupted Lex, looking very serious. "Avast there a bit, I say, and tell us who the devil ye all are, and what business ye have here rigged off like foul fiends, and swilling the snug blue ruin stowed away for the winter by my honest shipmate, Will Wimble, the undertaker."
at this unpardonable piece of ill breeding, all the original company half started to their feet and uttered the same rapid succession of wild, fiendish shrieks which had before caught the attention of the seamen.
The President, however, was the first to recover his composure, and at length, turning to Lex, with great dignity recommenced.
Most willingly will we gratify any reasonable curiosity on the part of guests so illustrious, unbidden though they be. Know then that in these dominions I am monarch, and here rule with undivided empire under the title of King Pest and First. This apartment, which you no doubt profanely suppose to be the shop of Will Wimble the undertaker, a man whom we know not, and whose plebeian appellation has never before this night thwarted our royal ears, this apartment, I say, is the dais chamber of our palace, devoted to the councils of our kingdom, and to other sacred and lofty purposes. The noble lady who sits opposite is Queen Pest, our serene consort. The other exalted personages whom you behold are all of our family, and wear the insignia of the blood royal under the respective titles of His Grace the Archduke Pestiferous, His Grace the Duke Pestilenial, His Grace the Duke Tempest, and Her Serene Highness the Archduchess Anna Pest. As regards, continued he, your demand of the business upon which we sit here in council, we might be pardoned for replying that it concerns, and concerns alone, our own private and regal interest, and is no matter important to any other than ourselves. But in consideration of those rights to which as guests and strangers you may feel yourselves entitled, we will furthermore explain that we are here this night prepared by deep research and accurate investigation to examine, analyze, and thoroughly determine the indefinable spirit, the incomprehensible qualities and nature of those inestimable treasures of the palate, the wines, ales, and liquors of this goodly metropolis, by so doing to advance not more our own designs than the true welfare of that unearthly sovereign whose reigns is over us all, whose dominions are unlimited, and whose name is Death.
"Whose name is Davy Jones!" ejaculated Turpolin, helping the lady by his side to a skull of liquor, and pouring out a second for himself.
Profane varlet, said the President, now turning his attention to the worthy Hugh. Profane and execrable wretch, we have said that in consideration of those rights which even in thy filthy person we feel no inclination to violate, we have condescended to make reply to thy rude and unseasonable inquiries. We nevertheless, for your unhallowed intrusion upon our counsels, believe it our duty to mulct thee and thy companion in each a gallon of black strap, having imbibed which, to the prosperity of our kingdom, at a single draught, and upon your bended knees, ye shall be forthwith free either to proceed upon your way, or remain and be admitted to the privileges of our table according to your respective and individual pleasures.
It would be a matter of utter impossibility, replied Lex, whom the assumptions and dignity of King Pest the First had evidently inspired some feelings of respect, and who arose and steadied himself by the table as he spoke. It would please your majesty be a matter of utter impossibility to stow away in my hold even 1/4 part of the same liquor which your majesty has just mentioned. To say nothing of the stuffs placed on board in the forenoon by way of ballast, and not to mention the various ales and liquors shipped this evening at different seaports, I have at present a full cargo of humming stuff taken in and duly paid for at the sign of the Jolly Tar. You will, therefore, please your majesty, be so good as to take the will for the deed, for by no manner of means either can I or will I swallow another drop, least of all a drop of that villainous bilge water that answers to the whole of Blackstrap. Belay that, interrupted Trippolian, astonished not more at the length of his companion's speech than at the nature of his refusal. Belay that, you tuber! And I say, Legs, none of your palaver. My hull is still light, although I confess you yourself seem to be a little top-heavy. And as for the matter of your share of the cargo, why, rather than raise a squall, I would find stowage room for it myself, but
No. This proceeding, interposed the president, is by no means in accordance with the terms of the mulctor sentence, which is in its nature median and not to be altered or recalled. The conditions we have imposed must be fulfilled to the letter, and that without a moment's hesitation, in failure of which fulfillment we decree that you do here be tied neck and heels together and duly drowned as rebels in yon hogshead of October beer. A sentence, a righteous and just sentence, a glorious decree, a most worthy and upright and holy condemnation, shouted the Pest family all together. The king elevated his forehead into innumerable wrinkles. The gouty little old man puffed like a pair of bellows. The lady of the winding sheet waved her nose to and fro. The gentleman, the cotton drovers, pricked up his ears. She of the shroud gasped like a dying fish, and he of the coffin looked stiff and rolled up his eyes.
chuckled Terpolin without heeding the general excitation. I was saying, said he, I was saying when Mr. King Pest poked in his marlin spike that as for the matter of 2 or 3 gallons more or less of blackstrap, it was a trifle to a tight sea-boat like myself not overstowed. But when it comes to drinking the health of the devil, whom God is all see, and going down upon my marrow bones to his ill-favored majesty there, whom I know as well as I know myself to be a sinner, to be nobody in the whole world, by Tim Hurlygurly, the stage player, why, it's quite another guess sort of a thing, and utterly and altogether past my comprehension.
He wasn't allowed to finish this speech in tranquillity. At the name Tim Hurlygurly, the whole assembly leaped from their name seats.
Treason!
Shouted His Majesty King Pest the First.
Treason!
Said the little man with the gout.
Treason!
Screamed the Archduchess Anna Pest.
Treason!
Muttered the gentleman with his jaws tied up.
Treason!
Growled he of the coffin. Treason! Treason! Shrieked Her Majesty of the Mouth, and seizing by the hinder part of his breeches the unfortunate tarpaulin, who had just commenced pouring out for himself a skull of liquor, she lifted him high into the air and let him fall without ceremony into the huge open puncheon of his beloved ale, bobbing up and down for a few seconds like an apple in a bowl of toddy. He at length finally disappeared amid the whirlpool of foam which, in the already effervescent liquor, his struggles easily succeeded in creating.
Not tamely, however, did the tall seaman behold discomfiture of his companion. Jostling King Pest through the open trap, the valiant legs shammed the door down upon him with an oath, and strode towards the center of the room. He, tearing down the skeleton which swung over the table, he laid it upon him with so much energy and goodwill, that as the last glimpses of light died away within the apartment, he succeeded in knocking out the brains of the little gentleman with the gout. Rushing then with all his force against the fatal hogshead full of October ale, and Hugh Tarpaulin he rolled it over and over in an instant.
Out burst a deluge of liquor so fierce, so impetuous, so overwhelming that the room was flooded from wall to wall. The loaded table was overturned, the trestles were thrown upon their backs, the tub of punch into the fireplace, and the ladies into hysterics. Piles of dead furniture floundered about. Jugs, pitchers, and carboys mingled promiscuously in the melee, and wicker flagons encountered desperately with bottles of junk. The man with the horrors was drawn upon the spot. The little stiff gentleman floated off in his coffin, and the victorious legs, seizing by the waist the fat lady in the shroud, rushed out with her into the street, and made a beeline for the free and easy, followed under easy sail by the redoubtable Hugh Tarpaulin, who, having sneezed 3 or 4 times, panted and puffed after him with the Archduchess Anna Pest. The end.
Yant. Wow, that was some reading.
Intense. Intense and not at all easy, I would say.
Yeah, hell, I don't believe that I messed it up. I mean, in the in the beginning. Wow, it was
You mean
pretty stupid.
with the was it me who messed up the colorizing, or it's like maybe
No. It was me. It was me. I made, man, I made my own version and I messed up when I um, made these points, where to start.
maybe I should have just continued, because I mean it would have been more maybe acceptable in terms of the pace of the reading, but well, I mean that was a minor thing at all, and nothing bad. I won't immediately address Tajni, who was keeping me how to say, half hysterical, because I was trying to be serious, because we're actually reading like very, very high class story, and actually I need to have my full concentration. I didn't have time to read out loud before, and so I was like trying to do my best, and then comes this dude and keeps talking about Ohio and another interpretation for your name, and then Ooga Booga, the meme that we got born some couple of streams ago during one of the streams, and dude, that's easy. I mean,
actually, it was okay, because I mean it fits, because all this grotesque that contained in this story, grotesque and satire, so it actually fit with some jokes in chat. It's cool.
I mean, yeah, I would
this,
love to have
right.
more jokes. Just was hard to keep the concentration. And
Yeah.
one more thing, being a very tolerant person, I can't help but notice: is it something very offensive about Ohio? I mean, I'm not acquainted with the story. I get it's funny because I'm too experienced with memes and different slurs, and I mean the nature of humor. But I'm kind of suspicious, because I'm not sure, because maybe there is something really unpleasant about that. So, if that is so, I mean, we should keep our humor respectful. I hope it was respectful enough, because I don't know the essence of the joke. So we did it. This was section number 2 of our Halloween conference. And thank you for helping me out, dude. Here, I mean, for co-reading, it was very interesting, and especially at parts where you were trying to imitate different voices and adapt to the character of whose immediate line I had to read. That was really nice.
I'm really happy that we did it. Actually, I mean, it's this story is somehow uh, this story is very important for me, but not because of some sense or some philosophy or something like that in that story, but it just happened so. I mean, I started reading Edgar Poe with his short stories, and this one were just very interesting for me. I liked the atmosphere, and it was intrigued. I was intrigued when I read it first time or just first times that with this disclaimer that is written there, a tale containing an allegory. I was always uh, I was always thinking like, what exactly the allegory he means, and maybe it's some hidden meaning inside the story and something like that. And I think like maybe just a few words about the story, about this the short story. I can tell that actually the first look, you can say that some allegories, obviously you can see like all this language, this slang that they use to like from sailors
Mm-hmm.
language, something like that. And another obvious things like all this grotesque, like Hugh and his uh, his teammate Hugh Turpolin, they very grotesque and like looks like some metaphor to something, I don't know, to life. Like it's always happened in a life that people match each other and not match but add Mm, so like you always need somebody who make
Compensates what you don't have, or
uh,
like you together form some
yeah
kind of symbiosis. Mm-hmm.
yeah compensate that I wanted to I was trying to find this word. And yeah, and after some time, well, they grotesque enough, okay, but when they come to this party, to this strange conference, by the way.
Ah,
Yeah, they found characters who really much more grotesque than they are. And yeah, but after sometimes it's interesting that well, I would think that maybe destroy mm, some vibe and this atmosphere of the story. But after sometimes I think no, it's actually interesting that there was a it was really about some satire, and actually it was a political satire anyway. And it's interesting thing that Edgar Poe was the author who had many ideas and thoughts about how to um, how to make American literature different and different from English literature, because it was a epoch after war within England, and it was an establishment and establishing the culture of establishing of American culture. So, and Edgar Poe had many. So for him, it was really important to make it um, to make American literature independent and like something different from English. So we can see some satire to English monarchy here, actually. But we can see it, but it's funny thing that also it was a satire and it was a parody to, in a way, to actually the president of that time in the United States. It was President Andrew. His name was Andrew. I don't remember his surname. But a funny thing that he was criticized very much because he was kind of dictator kind of president. So not everyone in the United States appreciated his approach, his way of ruling the country. And one of his names that people named him, it was Andrew, like King Andrew the First, and it has to be
Like
pretty
it was
in a bad
pejorative,
thing
like
to.
it was a bad label because it was a reference to the monarchy, to the monarchy
Yes.
of the UK.
Yeah, it was a signification that he's not the right president because he looks like more as monarch than a president, and that's not that people of United States wanted on this time. Yeah, and you can see actually inside the story that King Pest, actually he's a monarch. He present all his people, this family, as a chivalrous people, if I can say so. So like they are kind of royal family, and he is a royal monarch. But at the same time, sometimes the author calls him actually president, the president. So it's a pretty obvious hint that it's not just exactly about monarch, it's also about some president. So it's funny thing that it was actually even a political satire. Yeah, and of course, I found out it's much later, much more later than when I first time read it.
Let me just quickly address the chat. I got a message on YouTube, the first message of today. Hello, Stefan. Welcome to the stream. It's just I don't. I no longer show messages from YouTube on the stream because YouTube has a lot of spam messages about some hot girls and some websites which I have no idea about and don't want to have them on my stream. And yeah, and it bans those messages automatically, but the application I'm using manages to grab the messages before they're banned, and so they end up on my stream. That's why if you want your messages to be seen, if you want me to be more responsive during the broadcast, please come to Twitch. We have the most active chat there. Here's the link just in case to those who'll be watching later or join later. And Tajni expects... Tajni, what the hell are you talking about?
Well,
dude.
Anyway, we appreciate some such people. So here on Twitch, absolutely.
I mean, it's already dangerous waters. I mean, it's like, yeah. So far, it's been.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if anyone needs actually such stuff, but maybe I don't know. But it's absolutely all right.
I don't know why you said that. Actually, I mean, what was that trigger for you to say that, or it's another? Maybe it's another interpretation of somebody's artistic name. I mean, it's not
interpretation of the story that we just read. Maybe you need it just for be a good president, or I don't know.
Yeah, and hello Flame, welcome to the stream. I mean, probably you have spent some time here already, just being silent. It's a pleasure that you didn't miss this thing, this very special conference devoted to Halloween. Tajni is waiting for his interpretation of your name, Kostya, that he left approximately 15 minutes ago. If you scroll a bit, the chat just above Psyduck, the Pokemon, you will see it.
Yeah, I think I saw it, but yeah, I was reading, so I got it. Ironically sweeping. Yeah, I saw it. Trash into the chat. You gave the skeleton 2 million because, but the skeleton was not done there. Yeah,
That's the essay
skeleton.
probably that he was talking about. That like, he
Yeah,
began
yeah,
writing
yeah.
it, and now he explained why femboys, because YouTube be like, why hot girls 30 minutes away from you, no cap. Yeah, I I mean
It's
I'm
deep.
I mean I'm not sure like if I had pop-up messages like hot femboys close to me, and I mean that would be definitely more um say innovative and more avant-garde, yes, but I'm trying to never go beyond some certain line, like where it actually gets vulgar and insulting, or I'm trying to abide all the rules of politeness and tolerance, and not just because I'm on Twitch or because I'm a teacher or because I am somewhere, because I just think it's not good. So yeah, again, like Kostya said, precious comments, we need them, just yeah, it's it's already kind of dangerous grounds really, and but looks and sounds very very fresh what you said. I do agree. Should we grab some tea maybe and start talking about horror games that we planned, or what shall be our plan? What do you feel?
Do you mean grab a tea? Do you mean
I mean, my comp is empty.
uh
That's what I mean. Like to have a short break, like 2 minutes. And
like yeah, 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 short break. Yeah, that's what I wanted to actually to suggest. Really, 1 minute maybe.
Before we go on a break, which is really gonna be short, I'll come back in 2-3 minutes. Just need to heat up the kettle and pour tea. It's Halloween. It's the conference of Halloween 2022. We have been streaming for 3 hours and 13 minutes, and we have covered the musical part where we listen to Kostya's tracks, electronic and instrumental, and then we read King Pest by Edgar Allan Poe. Now we are moving to. Dude, we just talked about it. Maybe you didn't hear. We said that it's a wonderful essay that you're writing, so just keep going. I mean, and we made a public promise. It's recorded. 2 million Dogecoin for you as soon as we are filthy rich, as soon as possible, like literally. I made a note for my friend in past to pay him $6 billion. Actually, he has this document written by me, by my hand, and signed by me officially. So, and I'm like in huge debt. So now we are even in bigger debt, because now I owe $6 billion to my friend, not to Kostya, but to another one, and he knows who I'm talking about. And now Kostya is also.
Yeah, yeah. I'm already thinking where to get such money and what do I need to do. Like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe something like people do in the Breaking Bad series or something like that. Well, I'm joking. I mean, the good
Yeah.
good
We,
people
we
do.
disapprove, of course, automatically. Yeah.
Oh no, no, we don't disapprove because in
No,
this TV show
we don't
there's
disapprove.
so many characters.
Ah,
You don't know what I mean. Like what character do I mean? Maybe I
uh,
mean some teachers who just working really hard. They are in public school and
I
gay,
disapprove of
or
those
maybe
teachers. You know that. Mm.
yeah, shit. You also
I
disapprove that.
disapprove of
Okay.
public teachers who work really hard and get low paid. And um,
Yeah.
yeah. Anyway, another commentary. Then we are going the commentary on YouTube. That's why it's important to voice it. Try out last 3. So, speaking of games, section number 3 of our today's conference is about different horror games. Just kind of a random chat, I guess. No strict topic. We will just exchange our experience with horror games, and you are very welcome to bring your ideas. In 5 minutes, we shall be back, and see ya.
Yeah, I just. I mean, I will go a bit later, just to make it, not so empty when you go for tea, or we stop stream. Okay, it doesn't matter.
No, we're not stopping the stream. I'll. You mean like you will? I will go and then you will go like that. Like one person will be on the stream.
Yeah, yeah, something like that. No, I will go, but maybe 1 minute
Oh,
later.
I see, I see. Tajni is really heartbroken about money, so maybe you can try and console him while I'm out.
Yeah, I just think what to say to this racketeering, to this blackmail. I don't know. I'm really scared. I think maybe I need to start to get this money right now, right from here, just to run some business, or I don't know what is happening. Yeah, if I would know, what happens. I mean, someone tries to racketeering me. Yeah, nothing Indies. Wow, dollars in debt. So, any other versions of IYGDBS? I think maybe I need to make out my own version of it. Actually, so okay. I also go to some little break. I come back in 2 minutes, I think.
Was that Tajni? What do you like? Guess it was something about the previous conversation you had. Um, I it really cracked me when I saw the message about $8 billion in debt. You really have some knack for um, how to say, making people pay you money. I guess. Yeah. Your existence, guys, makes me much happier in this life, really. And what you say. Looking forward to, I think, tomorrow's stream already. Probably will be playing the Planet Crafter again. And
I thought that you would say that it makes you puzzled.
puzzled.
your your existence make me puzzled.
Also, what is with your camera? Ah, it's no, it's not glitched.
It's
It's
good. It's a handmade glitch.
uh-huh. All right, but you are with us already.
No. Give me just 1 minute.
Hello, Flame. I mean, what could be the best day to talk about that? Of course, it's Halloween, the 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 day of not alive. Uh, yes, we were playing the Planet Craft, remember? And what Tajni said, don't do that. Um, don't do that. It's bad. But speaking seriously, first of all, thanks for being so sincere with us. It's a topic that has to be discussed openly with people who you trust or who you hope to get help from, or just to take it out. The second thing, I never show this video to my students because it's never. I'm not. I'm yet an English teacher, not a psychologist, and it's not my task exactly to do that. But now that you have brought this thing, a single day again, also called the helpline. Called the helpline. She wasn't that kind of helpful. Whole life and with single day again. Remember, you had a painful breakup when you were changing jobs, and I think you chose the right thing. So has something happened to your work, or something like that? So I just wanted to recommend you one video, which I think is quite life-saving, to be honest. I mean, I watch it from time to time as well, like several times a year. Yeah, not all videos which I want to share now I can share. I don't want to be taken down for mentioning things that should not be mentioned publicly outside professional context, but I think the title is harmless enough, innocent, I mean, enough. Let me find that. It's from Jordan Peterson, the Canadian clinical psychologist. Now he has become a bit different, I think. I most love his old speeches, old works, old lectures. And the video I'm gonna send now to the chat. The link should be openable. So it's about what you can do if you have depression. I strongly recommend this video and to rewatch it from time to time, just to remember certain things, certain thoughts. And there is a very, I'm gonna say that just tentatively, you can always do it tomorrow. And tomorrow you can say the same thing. You can do it tomorrow. And again and again and again and again. But more on that in the video. And so, I mean, again, thank you for saying, for being open. And I just hope we can be any help to you, because I mean, I've mentioned several times to you, if you need to talk to me, to somebody, you know where to find me. You have messages on Twitch. You have my contacts on my account page, Instagram. Write me there. We can talk. We really can talk. It's very helpful. At the club, at the English club there were many depressed people, many. And I only hope that the club helped some of them. I think so, because it was like a safe environment, I think. I hope. Yeah. You see, life goes on. I mean, people are still trying to decipher what Kostya's artistic name is. I mean, and both Nikita and Tajnia are still making their hypothetical statements. And yeah. So they have a goal in life now, at least one more. And definitely you can find that as well.
You know, the last message gives me a understanding that unfortunately I don't have a place in my name, in my pseudonym. I don't have a place for fanboys, unfortunately. I mean, there is no F there.
Have you
So maybe
only
I need
now
to.
become alarmed about the absence of certain letters in Tajni's interpretation?
Yeah, no, I mean, I really maybe I need
Add a
to.
letter.
Yes, yes.
Well, and take the alphabet. So that was an interesting, not completely unexpected, but interesting twist. And you need to make a pointing. Hmm. I have. Well, this was supposed to be a stream about horror games, and let's say if you Google, if you play, say, this game, which is Planescape Torment. Yeah, Kostya has updated his name now. So if you play Planescape Torment, or if you check out the memes about this cat, or about the Doomer guy, or say Gondola, the meme, which is the extension, I think the more important extension of Spudras Padre meme. The stories about the first four are very far from happy. So if you meant that, like, by this gun emote is like to show sadness, then we already have enough sadness in terms of emojis. If you meant violence, then of course no, we don't need violence. You know my position about that. We have a sword, by the way. It's a standard Twitch emoji, so should be enough. Yeah. Let's talk about horror games, I guess.
Yes.
What were we planning to discuss? It was Vampire, the Masquerade Bloodlines, then the Sinking City, and you mentioned Resident Evil, I think. What else? Am I forgetting something?
Mm-hmm. Yes, Sinking City. I would suggest to start with the Resident Evil, maybe, just to begin the conversation. Why that? Because I have something to say about this game, but not so much. So maybe if I start, you can support me at some point and to continue
Mm.
the story, because I think you're also familiar with this franchise, so to say, this universe in some
Mm-hmm.
way. So maybe I would start with a question. When you uh, uh, it's okay. Do you remember what um, when you watched, or like what was your first meeting with this franchise, this game or movie? I don't know. What was the first for you?
I think it was Madison who made a review of some of the parts of Resident Evil where there are two soldiers who are supposed to investigate the issue in some desert area, and there is some mad cleric, some mad speaker on the square chanting and talking about some bullshit, and there are zombie like people around him, and then he spots those two soldiers hiding in the building, and the whole horde starts to run after them. And that's what I saw in the review, and I was like, whoa, that looks massive. And then I went to inspect what is Resident Evil, found films, was unimpressed by what I saw on YouTube, and so with that, my story with Resident Evil finished. Many years after came Resident Evil 2 remake. I watched the playthrough. That's it.
Hmm. Hmm. You mean what Madison said? It was about the game.
Yes, yes, about that game. I don't remember what
Interesting.
he
What
said.
game?
Uh, it was about the image that I
Mhm.
saw in the review.
Uh-huh. Do you mean this review? It was just a text,
A
or
video,
it was a
video,
video?
of course, video. I
It
was
was a video. Uh,
quite impressed by the video. Yeah.
so he showed some the exactly the game. Some
Yeah, the beginning of gameplay, the 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 intro and the first action, but I only watched the intro.
I see. I'm just wondering, was it really this really old game, or was it some
No. It was
more late?
modern. Resident Evil
Uh-huh.
5. It was Resident Evil 5.
Oh, yeah. I'm just asking because I'm not so familiar actually with the whole franchise and everything that was released on later years and later games. My first uh, uh, first what
Meeting? Acquaintance?
uh, yeah, acquaintance introduction to this game was really with the first game released on Sony PlayStation. It was my brother who came to me with his Sony PlayStation and with his games, and we played this very old game. It was very atmospheric. It was, I mean, I was really impressed. Now, if you will watch this game, it is, it is extremely, bad graphics. Maybe, I mean, it's so big pixels and all.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, it was very atmospheric, and it was pretty, scary game with all this suspense when you open the door, and all doors with when you change the place, when you change um, location, doors were they were open always very slowly,
Mm-hmm.
and you never know, you never knew what to expect after that. And it could be really, it could be nothing, and sometimes it could be really very aggressive zombies who can try to kill you and try to eat you. And for me, the biggest impression was all these empty streets, this apocalyptic atmosphere when you go to streets of the city. So sometimes there is so big time when you spend what you spend just in some rooms, some small rooms, dark cabinets or something like that. But after some time you go to street and you see all these ruins of city, empty streets, and somewhere where pretty far you can see a silhouette of zombie or something like that. So it was so much suspense there. It was so atmospheric. And when I heard the news that there will be a movie, well, I was excited. I was waiting for this movie. Yeah, and when it was released, I don't know. It was not a bad movie, but it was so different from uh, my impressions of the game. So it was so far from that, and I was disappointed, of course. But uh, I would not say that about the second movie because it was funny story. Besides that, I went to just randomly. I came to very very early. You know, I came very early to a cinema and just randomly go to I it wasn't my plan actually. I just sometimes I was a student, and sometimes I went to the first movies that they shows because it was very cheap. It was very cheap
You mean
tickets
you
to
mean
these
morning
movies
morning
in such a
time screenings?
yeah, morning time screenings. It was very very cheap, extremely cheap. So, and I watched because of that I watched in this period of time I watched so many movies.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and I it was early in the morning, and there was a very big room in the cinema uh, hall, or how do you call it? uh,
Cinema hall is okay.
um, yeah, cinema hall. And I was the only one person there. The big place
Mm.
and empty seats there, dark. Of course, it's darkness there, and you only one. And the atmosphere in this room, in this hall, was in a way the same that I saw on the screen. And the second movie I liked because it was more of these images of empty streets and cities, so it was uh, more close to how I remember this game exactly. So it was very cool. I mean, uh, I really liked, and it was very cool that it happened so that I was the only person in the whole room. So it was great. So that's my impression of this game. But after that, something happened. I don't remember. I maybe watched some other movies, some next movies that was released, but I was not very impressed by that. It was something already strange for me. So I cannot say that it is bad, but it was more and more different from my impression of this world, of this game. And yeah, so I don't know nothing about all later games and movies.
So you haven't seen the remake? You haven't? I mean, the remake of the
No,
second
just
part. Mm.
hmm yeah, I maybe watched some episodes, maybe something like that, but I even don't remember that.
Mm. Because this remake, the second part, really scared shit out of me when I watched it because it was so. I mean, I'm naturally afraid of zombies, inherently afraid of zombies. It's like one of the most horrible things ever for me. And so when I see this infested city with zombies and like hopeless situation for
mm,
people, I'm deeply, deeply anxious, like existentially anxious. And
mm,
like zombie movies and zombie games, I watch maybe once in half a year just to kind of shake myself up, like to I don't know, to get a portion of emotions from that, which are very, very unpleasant. Like they're just so unpleasant. But it, I don't know. It's probably some not guilty pleasure. We have this concept of guilty pleasure, so this is guilty. What to call it? Displeasure. I mean, guilty suffering. So it's
mm,
masochism, psychological masochism, which I have the inclination to commit
mm,
upon
mm.
myself from time to time. Actually, I wanted to maybe. Uh-huh.
I mean, dude, I just forgot that you have this thing for zombies. I just forgot. I now I remember. I remember that. I just remember that. Yeah, you already said it. So maybe, yeah, maybe this topic is uncomfortable. Actually, I don't know.
Come on. I mean, it's like it's exactly the point. It's sometimes I do
Uh-huh.
watch things about
Uh-huh.
zombies. So I've covered the whole
Mm,
history of Resident Evil and Dead Space a couple of times already because it just makes me feel alive, more alive, and that's the question I wanted to pose. Maybe it's kind of it takes us from details back to the general question: why would people watch or play horror games and movies? Well, games basically. Let's stick to this topic. So, but it's a big question. Maybe somebody who is watching us now might want to chime in and give their own reason why they play horror games, if they play horror games. So, and if to speak about you, like, why would you play horror games if you ever do that now, or watch gameplay? What do you achieve that way?
mhm. I would split this topic on two, different topics. I mean, for me, actually, I'm not so big fan of horrors. If it's movies or games, doesn't matter. I'm not a very big fan of that genre, actually. But sometimes I have a mood to watch or to play it. And what I search there, I mean, but for me it's interesting to think about that, yeah. And I think, and I actually I've many times I found in some literature, some psychological literature, literature about psychology, psychiatry even, that well, of course it's always was a debate around all this horror culture, if it's healthy or unhealthy thing, is it good or bad for people, maybe it has to be banned or controlled more or something like that. Uh, but in some psychological literature or some articles or something like that, people sometimes say that it is a pretty good thing to release or to sublimate some, for example, some bad emotions that I think every person has. Some bad emotions, some aggressions, or some even violent ideas. So
Mm-hmm.
person can be absolutely not violent at all, but even this person who are very kind, who is very, you know, maybe uh,
Agreeable. They usually call it agreeable in
yeah,
psychology. When you are like pleasant in
hmm,
communication, you're agreeable. Mm-hmm.
yeah. Even such person can have can has
Evil
some
stuff.
violent,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, yeah, evil stuff, some violent thoughts and something like that. So maybe in a way, even this when this person watch or play some horror stuff, even if this person feels some frustration and unpleasant feelings, at the same time it can be some release. So feeling this stress can release some stuff from your subconscious or something like that, so it can be a kind of sublimation for that, and it can help in a way. But of course we speak not about some extreme situations, some extreme uh, conditions of people that they can have. We of course speak about more or less mm, over how to say mediocre people, if I can say so. I mean, who just sometimes has can have some issues, some small issues. Yeah, so it can be so. But I never felt, or maybe I pretty rare felt something that I need something like that. But I like horrors because of atmosphere of unknown and I don't know. It's interesting thing. I'm just try to understand it right now. I mean, for example, when exactly speaking about games, about horror games, the first game that comes to my mind is Scratches. It's Quest, but funny. Maybe yeah, and now I understand that what I like most in horrors that they uh, mostly they very stylish. I mean, games and movies they very stylish, and there's always some contrast between some beauty there, some, for example, beautiful music, beautiful architecture. For example, if it's some gothic horror, it is always beautiful gothic architecture, some interesting places. Um, uh, so it created so it is very creative, and I think that actually mm, fear can make you more creative because it gives you some energy, so it gives you some motivation to do something, so you go from your comfort zone to some uncomfort zone, and it makes you to do something. It gives you this motivation. So that's why games is very stylish. And back to Scratches, it is very very beautiful. I mean, the main character, he comes very simple actually plot, and very very simple and maybe trivial. He is a writer. He's buying a old abandoned house, and goes there to take this atmosphere of old abandoned house to write some new stories, new horror stories. And after some times he understands that there's something wrong in this place. But for me it is especially the first scenes when you come there to on your old car, and you see the landscape, you see this house, garden, very dark, and at the same time, kind of beautiful garden. And there's, I think the season is autumn, and you go to inside the house, and there's old clock and this furniture, kind of, old stylish furniture, like vintage. I mean, sometimes I even just open the game, and for so many years, I mean, I played this game first time very so many years ago, maybe 15 or something like that years ago. But even sometimes now I sometimes install the game and open this go to this place where this clock's ticking, and just make it and do some things, some my own maybe domestic things, or do, I don't know, or read or do something, and just these clocks just ticking. And yeah, that's cool. So I like it because of atmosphere, and maybe it's related like why I like winter, for example, because it uh, it takes you to some special mm, state, or how to say
Condition, emotional condition.
con- yes, emotional condition that actually unusual, and you start to think differently. It makes you because when everything is usual, and when everything is absolutely all right, you kind of sleepy. You, I mean, when I say you, I mostly of course speak about myself.
I see. You
So
don't have to.
uh,
Uh-huh.
Yeah, just for
Mhm.
yeah, uh, but uh, well, when everything is all right and usual and okay, uh, you kind of sleepy, and your thoughts is normal, but no nothing special. But when it is something like winter or some other special conditions or occasions, yeah, you become different and you can think about things in a different angle. And well, to make story short, that's why I like such content, such
Mhm.
games and movies.
Mhm.
Well, especially games, because really I'm not a big fan of horror movies. Sometimes I watch it, and especially when it's Halloween around, like in October. Yeah, I'm always remembering about these movies, and sometimes watch something like about Jason Voorhees, all these
Mhm.
classical horror movies. But mostly it's about games. I really like games. I'm playing not so much, but I appreciate some games like again like um, scratches, like mm, Resident Evil, like Amnesia that we played with my friend some maybe year ago or something like that, and some other stuff.
Mhm. Interestingly, I would say that I've been mostly avoiding horror games and movies in my life because I know they badly impact me. I mean, uh, by my nature, I'm very, uh, what do we call this? I expect bad things to happen by default. I'm not pessimistic exactly, I'm quite optimistic, but I also am very anxious about future, and so seeing things seeing bad things happen makes me deeply uncomfortable existentially. Like, I get disappointed and sad, like people suffer, and so I also don't need some confirmation. I know that's happening. So, and I don't believe cheesy stories as well. Like, no, that's not going to work because you have to work hard to reach some blissful existence. At the same time, I don't want to see these horrible scenarios where people suffer just because the screenwriter thought it would be cool to make them suffer in such an intricate manner. Uh, I think what while you were talking, and I think I just know that. Oh, there is a huge message we should probably have to address first. Yeah, that's from Nikita. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. To look at. Let me read it. As for me, I like to look at dying and destroyed world. Doesn't really matter is it Fallout, Dead Space, or something else. Our world is so small, breakable, we have such horrible things as nuclear weapons, a lot of violence, injustice. Forget about that in ordinary life. I must remember what human stupidity can lead to, and the price of errors is extremely high. So that's one more way to look at things. um, I actually wanted to talk about that space because, but I'm a big anthropocentrist. I mean, I think people are wonderful, and I make no secret of that, and I think there is a lot of hope for us. And so, that space is a very special game in that respect because I believe the game. Like, we are far in the future. We have discovered a lot of technologies, invented technologies, and so we start to travel around and mine planets. And then we meet some alien life that turns out to be vicious and violent and evil. And not only that, it's actually much more complicated because that space lore is massive and explains a lot of things beyond games. And so that series awakes in me something really mm, primordial: fear, curiosity. What lies ahead? What is space? What is this cosmos? It plays on the religious part of my subconsciousness because it really calls to there, like, look up and think what awaits you there, and what kind of things you will meet. And the Planet Crafter, the game I'm playing now, has the same vibe. I mean, there are no monsters in the Planet Crafter. There are no like dangers, but because I'm on a hostile planet and there are things I have no idea of there, like they're insanely bigger than me. I'm abysmally small and stupid on that planet, and I'm just one little astronaut. That is humbling, but on the other hand, that's also empowering because, well, it's us. We came there by ourselves and we found courage to face all that horror, And it's exciting because there is so much there that cannot fit in our brain yet. And so that space and such astronomical horrors are not exactly horrors, they're rather stirrers for my brain. And it's different from Resident Evil or zombie games. It's a different story. I just don't have a final answer to that. I mean, to the more simple horrors, more simple than Dead Space, for example.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? Actually, I want to say something, and it related in a way with what Nikita says.
Mhm.
Nikita said, in a way. I mean, I remember, and I want to say about literature. Well, of course, we try to speak about games mostly, but that's how I, I'm just remembered how I came to the genre of horror at all, and um, um, how my comprehension of it was changing. Um, uh, I started, I think, with Edgar Poe, I think, and I started to read it when I was a school kid. So I think I didn't have a computer yet, and I didn't have so many games. I mean, sometimes I came to my friends who had computer or brothers, but there was not so many horror games, I think, on this time. But I remember how changed my comprehension and feelings about horror stories when I started to read it. I really liked language and how it was written, but at the same time I was frustrated, and I was said like, why somebody needs to write something. And Edgar Poe, his stories, they content not
Contain, you mean?
all of
Uh-huh.
them. No. I'm just another thing that I want to say. I mean, every, not all of his stories is like the King Pest. I mean, not all of them so funny or so pretty, pretty um, uh, innocent. I mean,
Mm.
so many stories of him is they about some madness, violence,
Mm.
and other stuff. Well, mostly it's about madness or combination of things like horrors, but it always related with when something wrong with people with their life, and it's madness, violence, what's else, something else,
Mm.
some bad things that happen to people. And I was frustrated, like, why to write about this? It gives you bad emotions and your mood is not very good. So at the same time, you kind of you was trapped by this language, but at the same time, the writer, the author, kind of do something bad with you. But after some time, I understood that when more and more I read such stories, and maybe it's appeared after sometimes it was some other authors, some other horrors, and Lovecraft, for example, and some other people, I understood that my threshold changes, and uh, I can take it, I can bear it, and it gives me it improves my psychology to bear bad things in ordinary life, in my everyday life, and I can have a pleasure of good written, work, I mean literature. And why I'm saying that, because after some time, the same effect was with games, for example, that I didn't feel something bad about games. I could uh, appreciate how good it was created, how beautiful and creative, and something like that. So from that point, at the same time, so like you can think about bad things happened, that is happening in the world, but without so big frustration. So you think about that, but for me, horror stories and games, they make my psychology stronger and bear all these things. And well, they give me um, an opportunity to think about that without being too, you know, be overwhelmed and destroyed by these bad emotions. I mean, it of course it unfortunately doesn't work always. Sometimes you still can be overwhelmed and be destroyed by some bad emotions, and bad things happened in the world or in around you or something like that, of course. But in a way, I understood that um, that partly such content improved my psychology, I believe.
Interesting. So, yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, it's making you more resilient to psychological challenges and like terrors of usual life. Uh, and I wanted to, yeah, I was like remembering what I felt. Well, classical literature, especially Russian classical literature, I think has this effect, like doom and gloom and desperation. And I
Uh-huh.
as an ardent fan of Russian classical literature, and actually it was Kostya who told me, Andy, can you just stop reading that because it doesn't seem to have good impact on your mood. So yeah, because I was extremely impressed, like I would say the imprint was obvious each time I faced our classical literature. Uh, Games, films, which are like horrors or not horrors, just some violent scenarios. You know, what if I say that they don't train you, they just expose you? Like, they not expose you, they are exposed in front of you so that you have to deal with them, but that is not necessarily automatically training. I mean, it's just probably like a question. So, like, look, we are here, so what do you think? What do you do with us? And then comes the training, which has to be happening somewhere else, not necessarily during your exposure. It's probably like that the exposure motivates you to to seek answers, to work with yourself and your reactions. So as a trigger, maybe. But as I recently, it's not exactly about horrors now, it's about violence. I mentioned several times on the streams now that I'm not comfortable at all playing violent games anymore. I don't want to kill slash. It's just, I, I mean, I know it's like, it's just a game. Um, Feels like, no, not just a game. I mean, I feel like I'm propagating something I should not be propagating. Uh, because I don't have to kill them. Or at least I don't have to kill them publicly. Uh, oh, is it
Hmm.
not Peter? Is it not? I
Yeah, looks like.
first time chat, but 7 years of being friends. Right. Welcome. It's honor, truly. Please no political agitation, eh? I mean, what have you brought here,
Well,
dude?
maybe it's not about politics. It's
Never.
he never said what to legalize and mobilize maybe your resources, your inner resources, or something like that.
Mm.
You never knows. You never know. Um,
Dude,
yeah,
we've
you
had
always.
such an evening today.
Uh,
Yeah, sorry, Kostya. Go on, go on.
mhm. I wanted to add to your speech about games, about violent games. Uh, Actually, I don't think that maybe they propagate, but it's of course it's a question like controversial topic. But uh, I agree because I mean, in some way, I agree because I already told you, but I want to repeat it again that one of my favorite games was Europe. It's a
Mm-hmm.
strategy, and it's about I always like how economy there established and how to well I like all this that it is pretty historical game. It's very neat. It's very correct. Speaking about some historical events, some historical information. That's why I always appreciate it so much. This game and actually all games of Paradox of this studio. But this year exactly in this year, I
Mm-hmm.
just cannot play it. And well, actually, I don't think that's something wrong with this game. Of course, it's a great game still. Nothing changed in this way, but I just cannot play it because it's all. Yeah, of course, there is some diplomacy there, some politics, some trading, some everything like that, but everything based on war. And you see exactly how everything is just work just through the war and all actions they boils down to some you know war actions,
Mm-hmm.
some fightings between countries. Even so, you have some friends. I mean, some countries that you
Allies.
considered as
Mm-hmm.
yeah allies, but it's always temporary. It's always just for some period of time, but after
Mm-hmm.
that, you need even fight even with them.
Mm-hmm.
And I just cannot do it. I mean, yeah, I mean, why I'm saying that even speaking about when I said that horror stories and games can improve your psychology, of course, it has to be like you need to check out your like if it's okay for you in at such a period at some specific period of time, is it the right time for you to for such exercises, for example? And of course, like always, it's a question of measure, like because different people in different circumstances or conditions, they need different things to read or play or consume. So I think we need to be careful about that.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, it's a. Mm, I mean, horror culture is okay, but you have to be careful with all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to answer, but let's interact with the chat, especially now that we have such um, learned guests and such special guests today. Actually, I'm really,
I really
really
surprised. I really
yes,
surprised.
yes, yes. It's incredible. I mean, we've had so many people who I didn't even expect to. I mean, not okay, not many. Let's not exaggerate, but people who I am very pleased to see here, and like it's kind of a little reunion to some extent. Yeah. No, 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 dude. Keep talking, keep talking. That's why we have the chat. And hey, and well, okay, some Russian, but you know, you know. Plague Tale Requiem, the new game, AAA, I think, or at least 2A and a half. I know you've been playing some of that sort, so I wonder if you, well, the word beautiful probably answers my question already. Uh, but I checked the Steam page. I think I thought that it's not in the nearest future that I'm going to play or check out this game. Cities we are streaming from. Well, the same city. It's Krasnoyarsk. Well, with one maybe a clarification that Kostya is in Emelianova. So not exactly Krasnoyarsk. And there is a compliment to Kostas.
Some outskirts.
Yeah.
you you just revealed my location.
Whereabouts? Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah. So that Tajni can come and
just wait.
collect his doggy coin.
Yeah, it could be more mysterious, like some outskirts of some dark places of the city of Krasnoyarsk. And is it the last message in the chat? Is it some quote from somewhere or what?
Yeah, some incomprehensible symbols. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Kostya's atmosphere, he commented on at the beginning of the stream that he was very sad that you cannot see the full picture because it's in the darkness.
No. I mean, it was last year.
Ah.
I mean, I spoke about details. There was so many details that nobody could see last year, but this year everything is fine. Speaking about that, so yeah, thank you so much because yeah, I was working hard for make the atmosphere like that. Not very hard, of course, but like
Well, hard enough to be
I
praised
was
for that.
focused on that. Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe. Okay.
So we, by the way, have been streaming for 4 hours and 12 minutes already, and just to recount the events that took place today, to Peter included, darkness hides the truth. Yes, very meaningful sentence. So we listened to some witch house music that Kostya wrote at the beginning of the stream. The first 2 hours basically will be in the recording. Then we read the story called King Pest by Edgar Allan Poe, and well, for the rest, for the remaining, for the last 1 hour maybe, we have been talking about some kind of relatively disorganized or organized, depending on how you look at that, topics concerning games, horrors, our attitude to that, and so on and so forth. Based on the aforementioned, I would humbly propose to be looking somewhere towards the ending of the stream in about 15, 30 minutes, depending on how it will go. Because not that I cannot speak longer, I definitely can, but the question of quality. It's one story when you have a game to play, another story is when you have to be creating content and say something interesting. And it's hard to imitate that you are like fresh and talkative and have a lot of valuable stuff to tell people about. Yeah. So what do you think, dude? Can we be looking towards that?
Yeah, yeah, at the same time, it's always some temptation to do it more and more. I mean, to continue it endlessly because, yeah, it's actually it's exhausting, but at the same time, it is well very pleasing and rejoicing thing. But yeah, I think you're right. We maybe slowly need to go to the end.
It's just I would say I'm a follower of this paradigm that it's better to have a good end to the stream than to have a long stream but a very blurry and exhausted end. Because when I, for example, watch some podcasts or like gaming sessions, it's kind of less exciting to see somebody being exhausted but going on and on and on. Because it's like
Well,
you already want to go yourself, but you're still watching out of respect and interest, but it's already not that level of interest anyway.
But I wanted to ask you if you can we maybe or it has or we need maybe more time for this, but can we touch a topic of vampire bloodlines
Sure,
or it's
sure. We can even stream
yeah.
it. I installed it yesterday. I installed it. I patched it. Okay, let me first come back to what you said. I'll try to make it laconic enough. So I guess that there are certain things stages in life where you may be impressed by literature or game or film a lot for much time, but then you'll have to move on because the questions and answers it provided at that point of your life is no longer sufficient. And that's my criticism of people, for example, who stay with the same idols and icons and the same like uh, breakthrough artifacts of culture forever, for decades, and then they're impressed with the same music or film or game for like when they are 20, 30, 40, and so on and so forth. But I don't believe that. Like there is something wrong here because even my most beloved things, games or films or books, when I come back to them now, they fail to give me answers. And so probably this violence question, you meet it in games, you find it fun because, well, it's fun to play GTA, but then after some time you start to question yourself, do you really want to do that? And that's the point where GTA is no longer interesting that much, unfortunately. I mean, not unfortunately, that's how life works. Then you have to go to some more fundamental, sophisticated sources of information, of personal investigation of life. So that's what I think, and that's probably what's happening to me as well. I don't need to play violent games anymore because I have to move on. I have to now be more procreative, not just a consumer of these things.
Yeah, but just a small notion about GTA, that actually it's pretty good game and pretty genius because
Wonderful game.
actually you can wonderful, and especially in the aspect that you can play it pretty differently. I mean, do you remember how I play? For me, GTA is completely not about violence. It's completely about you know
Uh,
meditation. For me, it's meditation, really. And
have,
especially that,
sorry.
I mean, the your meditation inside GTA. I mean, mine meditation is like a task. You have a task. You have a goal to stay cool, to stay relaxed during all these things happen around. Like because around, well, it is created pretty violent and energetic world, but my idea is when I play GTA to stay cool, to stay relaxed, to just drive on these roads and watch these beautiful landscapes and
Mm-hmm.
to think about something.
Thanks to Rockstar, everyone has a place there. And yeah, have we told this story about the like how you were driving and I showed up on your stream? And have we told it on the stream?
Well, no, I think we didn't say it on the stream. We told to some people, I think,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
sometimes, but never on the stream.
It's just hard to explain. So maybe it's a story for some next time. But basically, Kostya is such a great and careful driver in GTA that when I come to his streams, I'm really infuriated. Like, what's happening? And what also is happening is that NPCs behave in a worse manner than he does. Like he is like what happened that time he was just standing peacefully at the red light, like he dutifully stopped and was waiting, and an NPC just appeared out of nowhere and just rushed forward, like driving uh, with no heed towards the red light, uh, and Question made a comment like, "Where the hell do such guys come from?" And
Yeah, like what's wrong with him?
yes, 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 and I was on the stream at that point. I just joined, and I was like, "Well, that was me," and
Yeah, it looks like me.
because that's what I do in GTA. I never stop at red lights because, like, why should I? Uh,
Yeah,
and
and at
uh-huh.
that point, I really lost it. I really lost it. I was really laughing out loud.
Yeah, because he thought that I somehow got into his game, which was single player, but he thought maybe he
Yeah,
mistakenly launched online, and I actually found him, like discovered that he was playing, found him, and actually trolled him by crossing the red light. But of course it wasn't. It was just I mean, an NPC was driving more carelessly than him, and it's just mind blowing to me. How can it happen?
It looks like I annoying I annoy NPCs in a game. I mean, they look at me and like, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
What the player? So I really irritate me to them,
Mm.
and they become crazy. They come crazy.
Speaking of Vampire the Bloodlines, the Masquerade Bloodlines, what you requested. Um, so I installed the game yesterday and patched it and launched it, and I hope that my laptop would be able. I mean, OBS would be able to capture the game, but it cannot do that with this game capture. Only if you capture your whole desktop, whole screen. In that case, it works. So we might try it today actually. But I hope to record the fire in that barrel outside the street, where homeless people are warming their hands usually. So there is this barrel exactly in the first location. I thought we would make more ambient for our third part, for the conversation part, but unfortunately, well, I couldn't record it properly. Uh, Actually, I could. I think, yeah, I could. I just didn't have time because I barely made it with Gothic. We can have a small excursion to vampires now, just to finalize the stream and have a look around. If you want, I can launch it.
Yeah, it would be great. I think.
Hmm. I'm not sure how it's gonna look because the overlay.
But
Hmm?
what this game for you? Because look, like when we spoke about horror games, and well, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you mentioned uh, at some point you mentioned this game Torment,
Planescape Torment.
Landscape Torment, but it's not a
Plane. Uh huh.
horror.
Uh huh.
Am I right?
Of, of
Yeah, sorry, Planescape
of course
Torment.
not. Of course not. It's not a horror game. It's an RPG. It has
Yeah,
horrors.
it's an RPG. Yeah, yeah, and it has some maybe dark motives there, but
Mm-hmm.
still it's not horror. But yeah, I wanted just to ask, what about Vampire Bloodlines? Is it do you consider it as a horror, or it also not about that?
Well, if you play for the first time, and if you so if you're playing for the first time, if you are quite sensitive to horrors, if you like the game and kind of vibe with it together, maybe it can be scary at some points, especially if you choose to be scared, because maybe you are like a super experienced horror watcher, and then you'll be like, ha, like I've seen that thousands of times. We're going to impress with that childish play. So it depends. For me,
Mm-hmm.
it was impressive enough, especially with music, especially. I mean, it's an incredibly well-written story, uh, with few exceptions, and characters, very memorable characters, wonderful music inside. It's one of those iconic games of the noughties. But is it a horror? Only if you choose to call it so. It's upon you.
Yeah, and when we speak about vampires, actually, it's not very obvious because, yeah, of course, vampires kind of monsters, and they have to be scary. They have to be kind of horror characters. But actually, in culture, it turns out that uh,
Sorry, can we just say goodbye to Peter because he has to go.
yeah, of course.
He basically writes, continue my deals, just moved to the new apartment. Congratulations with the move. I hope everything is perfect. And well, I hope you're safe and sound, dude. I mean, I really do, because you've
Yeah.
got your lot of adventures there. It's enough. Have some peaceful life. Enjoy your new job. And looking forward to meeting you again on the stream, maybe later. Kostya, anything to?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
drive safe. So, uh, vampires, they kind of uh, romantic characters, and like romantic in what way? They kind of they signify and well, of course, there's many horrors. It depends on what you want to show. If it is a story, I mean, novel or movie or game. But actually, mostly, I think that vampires, and it's about Dracula, for example, or this movie Interview with a Vampire. It's about it's always about people who not like the others, who like choose or maybe have to live some different life and or in a way exiles some mm, uh, well something like that, people who exiles maybe. It's
Outcasts.
mostly
Outcasts.
about outcasts, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, that's why I'm saying that not always I consider mostly I consider stories about vampires not as a horrors, but kind of dramatic and romantic in a way stories.
Mm-hmm. Well, in there, it's actually a world, a civilized world again. Vampires. I mean, vampires. The Masquerade is a huge franchise with their own rules and other games. Like it's just one game out of many, and they have clans. Some of them are civilized. Some of them are just like let's wreak havoc and kill people because we want so. And some of them are cultists, and they are scary and they're horrible. And actually, episodes with them in that game are very nasty, unpleasant, gorish. Like you might feel sick, so I need to grab my pizza. I'll be back.
Cool. Okay, maybe I will try to to say something about vampires. And actually, uh, I believe that I already told to Andrew that I'm not so familiar with all this franchise. I mean, Vampire Masquerade. But once I played this game, how do we call it? Role. When you play with the real people, just sitting around the table, and it's kind of Dungeon and Dragons, but on a different setting. Yeah, and it was very cool. I liked that this universe gives you an opportunity to be to choose who do you want to be. I mean, you can be really different kind of vampire. You can be aggressive vampire, you can be peaceful vampire, you can be mm, you know uh, intelligent, or you can be just pretty bold and kind of tanky one. So it can be very different. You can be kind of simple. Well, no, all of them are pretty intellectual. Actually, they kind of aristocracy or something like that. But yeah, I really like that you have a choice there inside this universe, and that's why I like it. I always like when there is a choice, when there's some mm, choice mostly. Yeah, that's cool. I was just saying that once I played this role play game, I mean with real people, when you say
D&D.
around the table, and yeah, D&D, but it was in setting of Vampire
Mm.
Masquerade,
Mm.
and yeah, it's just actually it's only once when you know I familiar with that only from that and from your stories, from
Mm.
your when you told something from the game. Yeah, well, I was not very deep inside, but I really like that you can be like in GTA. You can. uh, be different there. You can choose what do you want to be. You not have to be exactly the some bad vampire. You can be pretty well in of course in some borders, but still you can be a pretty good person actually.
Hmm. I apologize for that interruption. I just thought we would have finished the stream by the moment the pizza
Hmm.
would have
Hmm.
had arrived, but just arrived. Damn it! And I've ordered pizza since April, like maybe 100 times, maybe 70, and not a single time did they bring it faster than 1 hour. Not a single time. Exactly today it was 20 minutes. 20, like what, 300% faster, something like that, which is insane. And well, that's why I totally unpredictable. I wouldn't even imagine that was possible. Um,
You know what's remarkable thing is that I also have a pizza, and well, it's funny because it's not very often that I have a pizza, but I didn't um, I didn't have any bite of it. I
hmm.
just waiting to finish the stream and go to kitchen and eat
We have a common goal now. Another one. Uh,
it. Yes.
Comrade and pizzas. So I suggest the following to have a great ending of the stream today. Let's just play a bit of vampires, but by play I mean I'm gonna set up a fake character just quickly. We'll watch the intro, test the first like surroundings, how they work, and if everything is fine at all, and if it is all fine, then maybe I'll actually stream the game like in the future, and because it sounds like a must stream this game, and well, I guess Kostya will be quite pleased to see that the playthrough because it's such a huge phenomenon.
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
We should check pizzas. Yeah. The courier told
Yeah.
me. I asked why so fast, and he's like, "Well, it's Monday." I'm like, "Well, it's Halloween." He's like, "No, Halloween was on the 29th. And it was a massacre. Like people were celebrating on Saturday, but not now. Actually, the streets were
Hmm.
full with people.
Hmm.
I mean, yeah, I said some bad things actually now because at some places in the world there was a massacre on Halloween, and it's um, it's a very sad thing, and that's partly
Yeah,
why we are
absolutely.
not celebrating today. We are almost commemorating. We have to have the
Hmm.
stream. It's important. It's tradition, but it's not about entertainment. It's about serious things. I mean, I'm serious now. It's just like bad things happen, and we are sad about it. It's people deserve better. Uh,
Yeah, yeah. Of course, maybe we do some jokes sometimes because it's just speech, just normal conversation. But
mhm,
yeah, of course, we absolutely don't consider this year. We absolutely don't consider this day as a celebration because yeah, there is for some period at least there is no celebrations at all. I mean, in
mhm,
the full meaning of this word.
mhm. Yeah, when the whole year is a bit of Halloween, it's kind of too much already.
Yes, yes.
So I'm gonna disable the background and maybe make our cameras smaller now, like this and like this. And let's launch the game. And so, Costa, I really need your help here because I mean to watch the what's happening on the stream because I won't be able to see the well, basically won't be able to see shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and remember that I have some delay, but it's not very deep, big.
Mm-hmm. Is anything happening on the screen?
Just wait for a moment because of delay. Well,
Sounds, at
it's
least.
not. Well, it's black screen.
Black screen. Okay, I see.
Yeah, I don't see nothing here.
Let me check. Maybe no, I haven't. Ah, did you have sound, by the way, from the game?
No.
Just sound. Okay,
Oh,
thank you, Nikita.
people.
I know because I'm stupid, because I did not what? I didn't capture the display. I forgot that I have to do that in the first place. So I'm gonna do it one more time. So I now need to hide the game capture, instead capture my display. And then it will be kind of massacre, really. Again. And yeah, sorry for that. A lot of windows.
Yeah.
Now you should see it.
Tunnels. Yeah, we see it.
You will see why I'm showing that. Because it's worthy of attention. If you're a true RPG lover, your heart has to skip a bit when you see Troika Games, because it's definitely a very special name. So the settings have to be alright. When I press new game, we will see the character creation screen. I'm gonna go and randomize stuff because it's not important. I'll be explaining things later if I stream the game, or rather when I stream the game. Now we will see the intro, where most of the clans that are civilized will be presented. So it's a very, very interesting video, very interesting. And so let's have a look.
Good evening. My fellow kindred, my apologies for disrupting any business or interfering with prior engagements you may have had this evening. It's unfortunate that the affair that gathers us together tonight is a troubling one. We are here because the laws that bind our society, the laws that are the fabric of our existence, have been broken. As prince, I am within my rights to grant or deny the kindred of this city the privilege of siring. Many of you have come to me seeking permission, and I have endorsed some of these requests. However, the accused that sits before you tonight was not refused permission. Indeed, my permission was never sought at all. They were caught shortly after the embrace of this child. It pains me to announce the sentence, as up to tonight I considered the accused a loyal and upstanding member of our organization. But as some of you may know, the penalty for this transgression is death. Know that I am no more adjudicator than I am a servant to the law that governs us all. Let tonight's proceedings serve as a reminder to our community that we must adhere to the code that binds our society, lest we endanger all of our blood. Forgive me. Let the penalty commence. Which leads to the fate of the ill-begotten progeny. Without a sire, most childer are doomed to walk the earth never knowing their place, their responsibility, and most importantly, the laws they must obey. Therefore, I have decided that...
This is bullshit!
All I'm saying is that he better not do it.
If Mr. Rodriguez would let me finish, I have decided to let this kindred live. They shall be instructed in the ways of our kind and be granted the same rights. Let no one say I am unsympathetic to the plights and causes of this community. I thank you all for attending these proceedings, and I hope their significance is not lost. Good evening. Your sire, tragic, my apologies. But you see, there is a strict code of conduct that all of us must adhere to if we wish to survive. When anyone breaks these laws, they undermine the well-worn fabric of our centuries-old society. Understand my predicament. Allowing you to live makes me directly responsible for your subsequent behavior. So, what I'm offering is not generosity, but the opportunity to transcend the fate woven by your sire. This is your trial. You will be brought to Santa Monica. There you will meet an agent by the name of Mercurio. He will provide the details of your labor. I've shown you great clemency. Prove it was more than a wasted gesture, fledgling. Don't come back until you do. Good evening.
That's the first time we gain control of what's happening. And so, Costa, you still there? Nothing.
Sorry, my microphone.
I was
off.
afraid for a
Yeah.
second. Okay, all right.
I'm here, of course. I'm watching. Yeah.
So we had a glimpse of what different clans there are. There are some aristocrats, there are some brutal guys, there are some magicians, there are some... Like it was, if you never played the game, you wouldn't understand that you were actually sneak peeked. I mean, you had a sneak peek on most important characters you will meet, which is extremely interesting, because then you will meet the guys, ladies, and the guys throughout the whole game, and it's some of them under very strange circumstances. So now we are walking out, and we see Jack.
What a scene, man! Woo-wee! Then they just plop you out here like a naked baby in the woods. How about that? Look, kiddo, it's probably a lot for you to take in, so why don't you let me show you the ropes? What do you say?
Jack is a big supporter of ours. I'm gonna decline because I want to show you Santa Monica and the barrel with fire I was talking about. So, but he is a charming lad,
I'm Jack. What's important is I'm offering help. You make it back from Santa Monica with your hide and we'll trade life stories, okay? Till then, I got about this much time. You in or out? Youngsters these days. Well, your funeral, kiddo. If you pull this off, come downtown to the last round and I'll tell you how jacked this whole situation is. Until then, good luck. Or maybe I should just say, nice knowing you, kiddo.
And we now are in our apartment, my flat, with a TV.
Found by a jogger early on Tuesday morning who
The
says he
TV,
smelled it a
in
mile
best traditions of best RPGs, will be updated daily, or even, no, every quest you complete will be reflected on TV or on radio.
Hello, LA. You're up way past your bedtime, aren't you? Hope you've slipped into something comfortable. I know I have. If you're new to town or just new to this whole radio thing, you're listening to The Deb of Night. The only girl who will spend the night with you and leave first thing in the morning, guaranteed. Well, looks like the boards are lighting up. Aren't I the popular one? Let's see. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Who will be the lucky...
The only problem is that the subtitles are a bit too fast. We didn't see yet. We didn't hear her say that yet. Now to the street. To the street.
You got some change, mister?
And bam, a jump scare from a homeless lad who wants some change, or you but you can basically refuse, or you can drink his blood like this. And then if you stop drinking at some point, he'll be just unconscious for some time, kind of dormant, sleepy. If you don't stop, he will die. And then if you walk out of here, a short cutscene again, and we will see another character. Oh, Nikita wrote that he must go. Thank you for tuning in, man. It was really a great thing that you joined. Looking forward to having you again on the stream. And yeah, we'll be careful with pizza. And that's Santa Monica, one of the most atmospheric. I mean, all cities in this game are atmospheric. And a lot of ambient sounds, a lot of love to each detail. I mean, graphics are kind of terrible, yes, even with all the patches, but still, if you play enough, if you play long enough, you will never notice it. You will actually feel the opposite way. And thanks to the patch makers, it's much better than it was. And I was talking about that barrel. So there are two homeless people warming up, and so we can three people, sorry. Hello, how is it? Yeah, and some of them, most of them are really memorable. A beautiful lady here.
Hey baby, looking for a date? For you, honey? 50 American dollars. Best money you'll ever spend. I promise.
Sorry, no. And then some music, some really alarming music in the background. Not all people are interactable with, some of them just NPCs talking on their phones, and actually they recorded conversation. Some sounds from the ambulance that you don't see, will never see, but
Need something, pal?
no, I didn't even. What? So yeah, it's of course I know where we'll finish this game, this stream, in Asylum. Pun unintended. But I just must. If I'm here, hopefully I won't be. My stream won't be taken down, or my video. I hope that Chasm are generous with their music, but isolated.
Ooh, what do we have here? Another scrumptious young plaything straight out of
No.
life and into my club? You smell new, little boy. Like fabric softener dew on freshly mowed astroturf. I'm not frightening you, am I, duckling?
That's the mascot of the game that has been famous for years on end.
I'm the finger down your spine when all the lights are out, and the name on all the men's room walls. When I pout, the whole world tries to make me smile, and everyone always wants to know who
Is that girl?
I am Jeanette. And this bit of chaos crammed in a certifiable giggle is my club. I just love to give you funny feelings all night, sweetheart, but I really must trouble with some business. We'll reunite sweet and soon, I promise.
Glitches. Yeah, never gets better, never. And hey guys, why did you stop dancing? Yeah, that's better. So that's it. I mean, Isolated, a track which is a very important track in my life. The vibe, the atmosphere, the bright lights, colors, very witch house like actually, and the atmosphere of this nightlife. It's unforgettable. It gets to you really deeply. I'm finished.
Yeah, dance floor will never be empty here. Great place to finish. And a macabre theme.
Alrighty. I'll let her finish the chorus and we shall finish the game now. Main menu. Quit the game, and then I need to stop screen capture. Yeah.
English club under drugs.
Wait, what did I just delete?
Mostly not about drugs, but about music, I think.
Dude, I accidentally deleted your camera. Damn it. I need to recapture. My bad. Nikita is still here, writes English club under drugs. Not really. I mean, that's exactly the type of drugs we were talking about, like music. Music that is so powerful on you that you just are affected more than by anything else. I mean, I'm not drunk now, unaffected by anything, but what I feel when I see this scene is just like mind-blowing. It's one of the best moments in the game.
Again, music. What we discussed before.
Yeah. Exactly,
like
exactly.
Sometimes it can be much better than any, such things like alcohol or something else. Not always, of course, but sometimes.
So what we are gonna do next year? We had a conference. What next?
I have a. I don't know if it how it would sound, but how it sounds. But I was thinking about. Uh, I don't think that it is good idea, but I just want to say that came to my mind. It came to my mind something like psychological event, something like that.
Mm. I do approve and support.
Yeah, especially psychoanalysis, because recently I was interested about that thing. I was always interested of this topic, but recently I read some articles about that, and it was interesting for me. I mean, of course, I'm not speaking again. I need to emphasize, I'm not speaking about some extreme conditions, of course, but sometimes psychoanalysis touches, you know, pretty harmless. Uh, Relatively harmless topics. I mean, just about our everyday life and our everyday stresses and some things that we need to deal with. So it can be not very. Uh, it can be touched not from perspective of medicine, of course, because you need to have some qualification for that, but really about some approaches, some mm, like how you can deal with some with some special circumstances, so to say. Yeah, it can be, but it can be interesting topic, but of course I don't know if it can be um, if it can be done properly on format of stream. So
Definitely.
I was just that what
I
was on
watched
my
a
mind.
streamer who plays games and who is a professional clinical psychologist. Not Peterson. It's just a person from South America, and I actually want to repeat his fate at some point of my streaming career and my live career, like to give advice on stream if I can do so. It would be exciting. Nikita requests participation for next music stream, so I think that's one more idea. Not necessarily Halloween. I mean, we can do that much earlier. Now, dude, you know how it goes. You are like now well acquainted with the format, so if you think you can join us, we can discuss that. Let's see. I'm not sure when yet, but we can definitely talk about it. And so that has been quite flamboyant, to be honest. I mean, really all targets met, all things achieved today, 5 hours almost of seamless experience so far. Nothing has collapsed yet, and all the streams are like, was that word, intact. I'm absolutely flabbergasted about that, but yeah, here we go. Finally, a decent stream. Halloween, I mean, they were decent, but decent from the production point.
And actually, I just want to add that last year, you said I don't remember it, but you told me that it was me who said that next stream has to be
Conference.
a conference. Yeah, but it was actually, as far as I'm concerned, it was a random idea, just random thought that I just said. And yes, of course, when I said about psychoanalysis and maybe next stream can be related to that topic, I don't think that it has to be so, but that I would be really surprised if it really comes to circumstances that, well, it will really happen.
Why
It
not?
would be funny.
Why not? Halloween's
Yeah,
about horrors, and so if we put that to practical usage, our personal horrors is something we can and should talk about, maybe help each other out in that respect. So why not? Why not? Sounds very interesting. Let me now personally thank everyone who has come, beginning with one lonely YouTube participant, visitor, it was Stefan Bosu. Thank you very much for coming. Then going to Twitch now. Тот самый знаменитый. Vova, thank you very much. Hard Nancy, Dragon Charlie, Millie Water, Carolina's the Green, your alter, your friend, of course. Nikita,
Yes.
who is AXAXDAMDA in English, or Ahahmda in Russian. I wonder how your Turkish, by the way, is going. I guess you should be now advancing, judging by how you start your messaging. Then thanks to Tajni, who gave us a lot of love and stuff and a lot of content today. Illusion, who came. Then Justin was excited to see you again. Then there was somebody else who Hollow Flame, of course. If you are still listening, you know where to find me. Please don't be silent about your problems. Come and talk. You are valuable. You're very important. Whatever life tells you, there is something that deserves. You deserve life, and life deserves you. Let's say it this way. Have I missed anyone? Of course, Peter, who left already, but we were, I think, both thrilled to have him today on the stream. And Costa, thank you for being my companion, co-caster for the third year. Pleasure, extreme pleasure.
Yeah, and especially I want to say thank you because of you this year it happened actually. Yeah, I had maybe well, we all had some some hesitations about that, but it was mostly because of your energy, because of your motivation. So thank you.
Glad to deliver. And let's keep on working on that. It was a very good time. I really thank you both. Dude, I can't express how excited and happy I am that you have joined us, really. It means a lot. I mean, context shouldn't be lost. We have now great instruments to reunite and spend time together. So that's happening finally, and I'm so exhilarated about that.
Yeah, it was so warm. It was so great to see all these people. Wow.
Yep.
So cool.
Yeah.
Even, I mean, not only people who I know, but also other people in chat. Well, it was so great and warm. Wow. I'm really happy now.
What I know, we had Serbia, Hungary, and the US today. Apart from, well, and Nikita is in Turkey, as far as I know, so kind of international again, and which is very sweet.
Mm-hmm.
With this said, let's officially wrap up. Thanks to all. Hello to those who'll be watching the recording, and till tomorrow, I guess. Tomorrow, back to games, and bye-bye.
Goodbye.